I have arrived yet again. It is 7 p.m. Eastern Direct Time over here in Maryland. Um, I am ready to start. I don't know if I will have any backstage guests tonight. We shall see. And I'll wait a few minutes for people to pop in. Meanwhile, as you know, I'm author D.L. Tillery, the Mistress of Horror, and I like to talk about all the horror and scary things over here on YouTube. If you like to check out some of my current horror writings that are released, you can roll over there to Amazon and get The Room Within and pre-order Fractals, my second released soon to be released short horror story. You can find the link down in the description for both The Room Within and the pre order for Fractals. Hello, cool gamer. Thanks for popping in. Number one over here. I think I'm going to give you a wrench, cool gamer, because you are always here and you deserve a wrench. So let me pop over here on my phone through YouTube and give you a wrench because you're always here in my life, so you deserve to be a moderator. So let's fix that right now. You are now a moderator. You have been wrenched, cool gamer. So if you want to check out all the scary things I have going on, you can do that. And also, I have a newsletter which you could go to my website and subscribe. I plan to move my newsletter over to a different server, so I'm going to re-put people's emails in through there. But you can still subscribe to my newsletter by going on my website, scrolling to the bottom, and putting your email address in the little box there. That will get you in my emailing, and then I will add you to the new newsletter that will start going out in June. Um, in the newsletter, I usually talk about horror things. I give you horror tips. I also tell you a little bit of horror lore of different creatures, and I may always give you a poem or a little flash fiction if I have one I've worked on. So thank you for subscribing to my newsletter if you have already or if you plan to. Oh, it's been a fun, busy day for me. So, getting to writing, I'm very drained already. I had to work all day and also homeschool when I got home. So, I'm a bit tired. So, I didn't get all prettied up for everyone tonight. I didn't, no makeup, really, very light makeup tonight. I'm like, I'm too tired. So, you're going to get mostly plain faced Mrs. Horror tonight. I'm going to pull up my document because we are going to start the first sprint in 2 minutes, I want to say. So, you're awesome, cool gamer. Thank you. I am going to pull my document, and I did some reworking of my outline for this short story yesterday during one of the sprints, and I managed to rework it where I can roll it to its end without going through some hoop, hoopla. So I managed to get that underway. So I should be finishing tonight, probably midway through the sprints. And I am going to stream tomorrow, which is Saturday, at the same time. So don't worry. So the time isn't changing, 7 p.m. Eastern Direct Time. But I that mostly will be a cleanup for me. So it's going to be one of my light edits, maybe heavy edit. We'll see because I have to send it to my editor by the 19th. So that's the deal that we have going. So that's what I'm going to do. So fingers crossed. If you are writing with me tonight or you're watching this as a replay, you can always put it in the comments. But if you're writing with me live, then in the chat, you can let me know what you're working on, plan on writing tonight, and then I will check it out. But until then, I am going to go ahead and start the first sprint. Let me get the banner ready to go. Edit that good old thing. So, I like to start with a 30-minute sprint. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a 30-minute sprint. We will be back at 35. To get us a good warm up. Get your documents ready. Get your drink, whatever you're drinking, and I am drinking cranberry mixed water. That's usually my regular drink, or just plain water. That's all I drink. Um, and then or your snacks, whatever you like to snack on. I don't really snack when I don't like to eat when I'm writing. That's just me. I have my dinner with me, so I'll remember to eat. So I'll probably be eating dinner around 8. So one of the sprints, I'll probably take like 10 minutes of the sprint or 15 minutes of the sprint and eat my dinner. All right, so banners up. It is now 5 minutes in, and we're going to go ahead and start the first sprint. So I will see you on the flip side, and I'm going to mute out. Happy writing.
Drives me crazy.
You're good. We're starting our first sprint, so
I know. I'm sorry. I had a hard
you
time.
good.
It wouldn't. The microphone wasn't working. So
It was like, look, I'm telling you now, I'm be going to sleep tonight. You're gonna.
yeah, I'm trying to. I was trying to fix it, and I was like, "What's going on?" So I had it on whatever microphone that always works. I switched
Mm.
it out of that to see if it worked for a different one. None of those worked. I put it back to the one that always works, and then oh yeah, I work. Like that's where you were to begin with. Ugh. Anyway,
I know
I'll see y'all.
technology. What you gonna do?
I'll see y'all when we get back.
All right. See you at 35.
All right.
And this time, I remove this banner. I'm going to put an editor actually. That's what you pop back in, Aphrodite. Let me know how you did.
Good. Okay, yeah. I'm going to say that my voice is sexy every day.
That's
But that's
funny.
because my voice is not cooperating very well. But I did okay.
That's good.
Here's the thing. Like, I'm trying to write a poem. I have not written a poem. The last time I recall writing a poem was in
Mm.
ninth grade when I was a freshman.
A while ago.
During lunch period, when I didn't have anything to do the next period.
Mm.
And the only reason that happened is because one of the seniors, who I don't know who this person ever was,
Mm.
left her notebook in the lunch cafeteria,
Yeah.
and she had started a poem, and it had two lines in it, or what I assumed to be a poem. It could have been a song. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I read it. There was nothing else in the book,
Mm.
so I was like, I'm just gonna keep this book. If somebody says that they lost their book, then I'll know who it finally was.
Right.
So, but it was two sentences, and I remember I was like, I gotta finish this. So I did, and that was the last time I remember actually writing a poem. Now, before that, I've written lots of poems,
Yeah.
but I do not recall writing anything after that, after ninth grade.
Hmm.
So I'm trying to write one now, and I've come to the conclusion I'm not a poet,
Not everybody's a poet, so it's
but that's
okay.
okay
That's
because
okay.
there's no rule to poetry either. So I'm,
It's not.
I'm going to
I mean,
say
they
somebody,
have types of poems, and they have
yeah,
certain styles of poems, and they have formulas and all that jazz you learn in school. But at
which
the
was
end of the
fun.
day,
I
it's
enjoyed
on-
that a lot. In junior high, we went
yeah,
through all the different types of poems, all the way up to
yeah,
sonnets.
yeah,
And I really enjoyed that. So and
yeah.
as an assignment, of course, we had to all write in each, each one.
I've done
So
that
that
one.
was fun. That was fun to me. But
Yeah, I like the. I have my own style, but I'm a rhymer. I do the rhyming because
yeah,
not
that's one
all
thing.
poetry doesn't rhyme. It's different styles, but
Oh, this one definitely will not rhyme. But I do.
this will definitely
But
not rhyme.
rhyming poetry is my favorite.
Yeah, I like rhyming. But yeah, that's my favorite. But yeah, I do.
So I don't know how many words I got. Hold on, let me see. 73.
Cool. That's pretty
So
good for
I might
poetry.
do, but as I'm doing this,
Mm,
I'm going kind of like back and forth and changing words. Something again I don't do. I don't know who I am this week. Changing words for better words as I get through because it is flowing a little better. Then I go,
yeah,
oh,
I
I,
always do that with my poetry anyway. I go back through and you know
yeah,
rework some of the words maybe.
I do that after I finish writing. I'm
Yeah,
doing
after I finish writing. Yeah.
as I go. Now I have a lot more. I have about another 70 words because I wrote it down on paper first.
Yeah.
So I typed in 73 of it. So I got about another 70.
Mm-hmm.
And that's midway through the poem. So it's a short poem.
That's not necessarily sure. I mean, I don't know. I've always been like the kind of like 100 and something word type of poet. I don't really go to ones like pages of poet. Like, what are you doing? Like when I used to buy poetry books, but I'm starting to get back into buying poetry collections. And I really like shorter poetry. I don't see why poetry needs to be 2 pages. Like, what are you doing? So to
I
me,
like,
100
I
and
like the long
something
ones.
words is a sweet spot, in my opinion.
I like the long ones. And I like the long ones that
I
rhyme.
mean, when they start getting into trying to tell a story through poetry, then sure. Because
Yeah.
you really can in
Yeah,
300 words or
yeah,
whatever.
that's the kind of the poet I write is I tell a story.
I mean, it all well, really they all tell a story. Now I think about it,
True.
like they all do, but it's like now you really moving into the field of telling a story. Once it's like a whole page, like 340 words or more of poetry. I don't hardly ever do that. I don't really write poetry that's that long. So like when I put my poetry collection out, it'll be the per page is like I like to center my poetry in the center of the page, and usually My
Me too.
poems go anywhere from like 50 to 175 words. It really depends on. I don't really, word them. It's kind of like when it's the end, it's the end. You know what I'm
Back in the day when I was
saying?
writing a lot of poetry, one of my poems had like 40 stanzas. So it would have been about 6 pages. And yeah, I do like long. I like long poems, but that's the closest I actually come to writing a short. Now that I think about it,
You
maybe
funny, yeah, really though, right? You doing some
maybe
flash,
I should
right?
start thinking about when I instead of writing shorts, like, oh, just tell a story in a poem. Then I probably could do it.
I don't know if Cool Gamer's still here, but Cool Gamer was here. DL popped in and he said that just finished building a ramp, about to eat, then I'll join the writing fun. You know
A
him.
ramp.
Yeah, a ramp. He said I rhyme from time to time.
Oh
He's so
my
funny.
god, he's a
Stop.
poet and don't even know it.
Too funny. Um
I need to kidnap Stewie for like a month and
right.
get him over here to get some shit made for me.
Mm-mm.
I'm
Right. Oh my goodness. I
pretty
can't.
sorry,
I'm so
y'all.
tired. I don't even feel like writing, but I am writing. I just don't. It was a long day for me today.
Me too. Don't feel
I
bad.
just don't feel like it, but I'm going to get this story done tonight. I'm kind of like sitting at that point where I'm like, what are we doing?
I'm like that though.
Maverick, what are we doing? Like, so my character, like, what are we doing?
Excuse me, even when I don't necessarily feel like writing,
Yeah.
please shut up. When I don't feel like writing, I still write because one thing
Yeah.
about writing,
Mm.
it makes me feel better when I do it.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely made me feel better. I just, like, I'm pushing it through, though. I'll make it. I'm at, like, 4,205 words right now, so.
Oh, you almost done.
Yeah, I'm coming to the end. I'm pushing it to the end. I am near the end. I changed up a little bit of things. Like I had the chick that like does like she has like they run the cult that worships him,
Mm,
and like he don't know what about that. Like she just shows up and then like it's like this dude is like attacking her or whatever, and the guy like shoots him, and then he goes like chases after the guy because he's like a Ladriga, and he devours the dude, and then he comes back, and then she's all like, you know,
ew.
following him, and he's
Right.
like,
No, I just was picturing the,
the
the,
devouring is pretty
the
gross,
thing.
but yeah,
Yeah.
he like comes back and he's like, she's following him. He's like, what the fuck? And then she's like she's supposed to, she has a bruise on her face, like one of her eyes is like swollen shut. The dude like hit her, supposedly hit her, and then like he's like, okay, like why are you following? You live in the building, okay? Like he goes to the building, and she's like following him, and then he's like, why are you following to my door? And then she's like, well, and then she like just waves her hand over her eye, and her eye is fine. And he's like,
Like, oh wait, what's up?
what's going on with this? And she's like, knows his name and stuff. And then she trying to coax him into letting her in because she gives like says some information about his mother that he
Mm,
didn't know. His father didn't really mention to say, oh, she died in childbirth type of situation. And then she says some more details, and he's kind of like, all right. After she says what she said, he's like, all right, just get out, like. And then she says like, oh, we've been waiting for you and stuff like that. And he's like, the fuck, you know.
mm,
So yeah, it's kind of in that situation. So it's kind of like the cultness is happening behind the scenes. You aren't really going to get to see it because I don't really have time to mess with that right now. So you don't really get to see that, but it is happening. So you're going to get like a little taste of it once he
mm.
sees it happen. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
like I'm at that. So that's kind of going to kind of wrap up near the end of it. So I'm getting there, almost there.
yeah, you almost there, really.
Yeah. So it's about to wrap up.
Full confidence.
Yeah.
I know you was worried and feeling
I
some.
was worried about trying to keep it
I
in
was
the word
worried.
count. You know,
Yeah, I was not hardly worried. I was like, I ain't. She fine.
she'll be fine. She'll get it. Yeah, thank you. I need some. I need some of that. DL said, "Give me food and you can have me." Laugh out loud.
I will look. I will look. I hate cooking, but I'm a good cook. I will hook
Yep,
you up.
yep. We'll just rinse Stewie out like with food. Like I'll be like, Stewie, look, I got some shrimp fried rice over here, and I got some I got all kinds of shit to make over here. I don't make it. I got a chef, so
For real. You got a
So
person.
like I was like, just give him make up some dishes. Like, Stewie, here, I need you to do this over here.
That's
Build me
what
a house,
in life. If I ever become famous, rich and famous, I'm gonna have a personal cook too.
right though?
That's one of the things. It's not like I know in the grand scheme of things, it would seem like a bougie thing, but I legit won't eat.
Really,
Like I ain't ate today.
it's an amazing
I
thing.
just don't like to cook.
I know, me too, too,
And
me
I
too.
won't sit and eat garbage. I'm not one of those people. Like my one friend, she will sit and snack all day, and
Yeah, no, I don't like
I
snacking.
can't do that.
No, I
I
don't do
can't do
that.
that. Don't let my voluptuousness fool you. I don't eat like that.
That's what I have. That's why I have my curves. I don't eat enough, and then I eat my meal, and then that's it.
But if someone cooked food for me, I would
Mhm.
eat the food.
Right?
So
Yeah, of course.
I would have a better because my diet is a
I would just be like
trip.
you said, like I'd be eating like bowls of cereal. Probably I don't even like eating
No,
cereal really, but I would eat bowls of cereal because I don't cook. I can cook, but I don't want to.
right. Well, why
So
shouldn't you have a damn chef?
right though, but I don't have to worry about cooking either.
But that's the one thing. That's the one extravagant. Other than having a real pool,
And a driver,
the one extra. Oh, I need the driver because of unless
exactly.
my eyes get fixed. Like I still hold hope that they'll figure out a way to fix my eyes.
Sure, but also they got a lot of stuff that they
But I'll never be able to drive again. And I loved driving.
I know it's so sad
That
though.
broke my heart. Like really broke my heart because there are people who drive because they have to, of course. But I loved it.
Yeah, it's
I
good.
loved it. I used to look out the window at my car and
You be
say,
like, car, I want to
let's
drive
just
you right
go
now.
somewhere. Let me just get in. Let's just go somewhere. We ain't got nowhere to go. But I love driving. So
Mhm.
that really hurt.
Yeah,
That
that's
really
funny.
hurt. I used to rent cars just to go drive.
You so funny.
I had a car.
Cause I just
So
want to go driving.
now I want to drive this car.
Right there.
And then so
That's too
yeah,
funny.
so that hurt. So I would have to have a driver just for functionality.
Yeah.
But
Right.
yeah, I would live on cereal. Honestly, if it, I hate cooking. And then
Yeah, it's
my
a pain in the
kids
butt.
they love my food so much, but it's like a rarity. So I would
But
have
look,
to
he's like, I wish I had. What happened to your car? Yeah, I thought you had the blue car you bought not too long ago.
oh man, what?
What happened? Did it get? What happened? Because you didn't tell me. You said that you just got it. You said you got a blue one. And you was like, now, mom, I got a blue car. I
Right, yeah.
remember you said that.
I wish I had a driver, but I definitely want a pool and a cook.
Yeah, I want a pool. I have a cook, but I want a pool.
Yeah. Well, I almost technically have a pool because my son has a pool.
Oh, you said it hasn't come in yet. That's right. I thought you already got it. I thought it already came
Um,
in.
but yeah, that's where I'm at. So today I'm writing this poem. I should get the poem done. Like I'm
Yeah,
not
you'll
worried
get it
about
done.
that. I'm literally more than halfway through the poem. It's not going to be long, and then I'll go back. Excuse me, and go back and write the story. I don't know why I got this inspiration to do this though. It's like I want to have the poem at the beginning of the story,
Hey, that's cool. I always like
and
that.
it
I'm always
just
good.
struck me.
Oh, okay, so I see. He said no custom. I custom ordered a blue one. Still waiting on it.
Oh, that's
Cool,
what's.
cool, cool,
I
cool.
want to custom order me a cook.
They got the yeah, no right. They got those new like metallic looking colors out there now for vehicles. I've seen them in gold. I've seen the grayish. I've seen a green.
My
I've
car was
seen
gold.
yeah, and
I'm not a fan
it's
of gold.
really kind of cool. It's a metallic. It's almost like a haze over the color, and they look really cool. I'm like, I might want to give me one of those colors.
See, I didn't like it. I didn't like the car color of the car. But everybody be like, look at
Cool.
her in her little pimp car.
You funny. Yeah, I mean, I
Like the color.
prefer black and white vehicles. I
Mhm.
prefer black and white vehicles. I would drive another color, but I prefer to stick with black and white because I think they're very sophisticated looking colors.
The only
For
I would
vehicles
pick
like
any
sexy.
color car except green. It's the
Yeah,
only
unfortunately, my first vehicle was green. It was like a forest green because it was a Jeep
green.
Grand Cherokee,
Green.
and that's what I could get. So that's what I got when that's my first vehicle when I was like
See, I don't think I think
20 something.
I think green is a beautiful color. I don't dislike green. I
I
just
do.
for whatever reason, and I don't know what it is. I might have to go to like therapy and find out that oh my god. But I will not. even get in a green car.
It's probably because it's the color of seaweed, because that's under the water. Why you laughing so fast? I'm spitting facts over here.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I know I had a car phobia as a kid.
Yeah.
I know what that was connected to, and that's over with. Like once I figured out what it was,
Hmm.
um, but I don't know where the green card thing comes from. If there's
Hmm.
somebody I hated had a
I
green,
don't want a red one ever. I don't like it.
oh, I don't mind a red one. I
I
don't mind an
don't.
orange
Mm,
one. I
no.
don't want a blue one. I don't like the color.
Depends on the blue. I really seen this really nice Disney blue, which is kind of like the blue that's in StreamYard here with like our names at the bottom. Like that kind of blue vehicle I seen driving around. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
I
But
don't want no kind of
again,
blue.
I really prefer black vehicles. They're really sexy. And then white
I
is
like
next
silver.
to okay. Like the but the I like black vehicles
Silver is going
now.
to always be my first choice.
Yeah, well, I mean, if somebody gave me a vehicle and want some other color, I'd take it. Like I have a white um country Jeep, so I
Mm.
have one of those. That's one I bought a used. It's a historic. I bought
Oh, I know
that,
that's right.
but yeah, so white and black. Like again, I prefer that. It look nice when you clean them up.
I think
Hi, SD.
blue has been, first of all, it's
Thank
like no
you.
matter where you turn, you see blue. And then
True.
all my life in
I don't know why
school,
you got a blue one then, D. I talking about blue is his least favorite color. Like y'all brother and sister on that one. You know you hate
yeah,
blue.
I really don't like blue. And see, and it's not because, see, blue is beautiful. It's a
Mm.
very pretty color. It ain't nothing about the aesthetic of it. It's
It's
more
like
like
I don't want blue color. No
symbolism
blue
of it for
colors are
me.
not.
Every day of my life, I had to wear blue.
Yeah, so that could make you not like it.
And so when I got to high school and we didn't
You
have
were
to
like,
wear blue
no.
anymore, girl, I said I swore I would not. The only time I would put on blue is if it was jeans, and I would try not to wear them even then. And I have stuck to that. And we talking what 40 years ago.
Right though?
Just
Uh,
don't like blue. And then of course, sky blue is my mom's favorite color, and
was it
our
really?
last name is
Probably.
Lee, and I don't know if you're probably too young to remember, but back in the day, Lee jeans came out with all the different colored jeans, and my
Mm.
mom went and bought me because she said she will not put nobody else's name on her ass. So, but we had Lee jeans, so hey,
She was
so
like, nobody else name is.
she went out and bought all of us powder sky blue Lee jeans and white shirts for us to go walk around and hang out in, including her, who she wasn't a jeans person, but she was girl. She had we was out walking around and people was looking at, oh, look at the Lee family and check, and we were the Lee family.
That's
Girl, yes. Now
one of y'all names on your jeans.
I thought that was cute, but I just didn't like them light ass blue jeans.
Yeah, I prefer not to have light blue jeans. Like, and I wear jeans for work, so I wear dark blue jeans. I like black jeans, preferably. Obviously, I'm a goth, but I won't wear black jeans to work because of reasons, obviously chemicals and stuff. But the
Right.
blue jeans, I didn't really think the like chemical, the bleach or whatever one time. My other jeans, it didn't happen, but I have these expensive ass jeans. The Kardashian, I think it's the Kardashians. What is it? Good American
Okay.
brand, which I
I
think is
think
the
I actually
Kardashian jeans.
remember.
Like I buy those jeans because I am curvy, and they're the only one of the only companies that I don't have to worry about. If I pick my size, it's going to fit me
Right.
perfectly. And I like to wear high waisted jeans to work specifically, not low waisted like I would like to wear when I'm in regular
I don't wear
world.
jeans at all. Like,
I
yeah,
know you
I don't
don't.
even wear
You
pants.
like mini skirts and like
Yeah.
showing your legs and stuff. I don't show my legs. Like if I show my legs, I probably got like fishnet and thigh highs on if my legs was out. But
Yeah.
I I do wear jeans for work because it's like it's hard work, so I don't want my legs exposed. So it's because ill. But
I wear,
and
I
I have leggings underneath those jeans too because you know I'm a bit of a germaphobe, so I have to have two layers of clothes on when I go out. So
I wear short. I will wear shorts, but other
I have
than
never. I've only worn shorts when I was a little girl. With my thighs, like I have cellulite. It's no way I'm gonna. I won't wear like with my thighs. Like, cause cellulite. This is you have it or you don't. Like you
right,
know, if no
because
matter what size you are,
I
you're gonna have
don't
it.
have
You have it.
cellulite, and
Yeah. My
I'm
mom has it, so it's kind of
the
hereditary.
size of you. But then my one friend who is skinny, she has it, so it's a
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, my mom got it when she was really young. My mom was really small when she was young, so it's kind of
Yeah,
like you do, and I think the only thing you can really help with it is like toning up muscle, like bodybuilding type of, weightlifting.
I
I really
think
see myself there.
I'm weird because I think like the cellulite is kind of cute. So I don't have.
You would think that. My mom thinks that bow leggedness is cute.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, she thinks it's sexy
You're
on me, and she's
right.
like, I'm like,
You're
stop.
right.
I'm like, stop.
Them make you think of them cowboys.
Oh my god, I can't. DL said, "Oh yeah, he got it just to piss his mom off." Yeah, I forgot you told me that. He's
Mm-mm-mm.
so messed up.
Yeah, I don't
He said,
wear jeans.
faded jeans, just not too faded. Yeah, faded jeans are nice. I like faded disaster jeans. Now, when they're tore up, I think I like that. That's pretty
I,
cool.
I think they look cute on people. I'm not a pants girl.
Yeah. Well, I do wear my pants. Like I do wear my pants, but I do prefer wearing skirts. But again,
I prefer
like
I prefer mini skirts.
I know you do. I prefer long though, but I like layered. I like that. What you call it? That high low. I like high low.
Oh girl, I like barely there.
Well, I know that. I'm a barely there up top girl.
My kids are like, you are such a
That's me.
hoochie, and I'm like,
I'm a
I'm not a
barely there up
hoochie.
top. So
But
you're the reverse of me. You're the barely there below, and I'm the
yeah,
barely there up top.
well, I like it depends. Like if the dress, like if I wear a mini dress, then I
Mm-hmm.
like that 70s style dress that's
Yeah.
really short, the micro mini
Yeah, the
with
micro
the way
man.
the
Yeah.
top is. I love those. But if I wear a micro mini,
Mm.
I will wear like a pair of shorts underneath, and not for modesty, but because as girly as I am with the way I dress, I'm not girly the way I act.
Yeah, well, we're the same way in that way.
So my ass will be bent over doing whatever. I won't care. I'm
Listen,
like,
I'll get on a motorcycle in a skirt. I don't care.
right. I rode a motorcycle in a micro mini dress, holding on to the man I swore I was gonna marry.
Yeah, I know
I
you.
was I was about
And boyfriends you had.
15, so I don't know why I thought I was gonna marry him.
Hey, hey.
I have to tell y'all that story one
Look
day.
at DL. So I like tour jeans, but most of mine have been torn naturally.
Right.
You funny though. All right. Well, we gonna start our next sprint. It is at the top of the hour, so we are going to do another 30
All right.
since we
Oh, I
talked to like
definitely, girl. If I
10,
ain't done
15
it
minutes.
at the end of 30, then I don't know what I'm doing.
Uh, that's funny.
I'm gonna go drink some tea though, cause as sexy as I feel like I sound, it don't feel good. So
Uh,
I'm gonna go drink some tea.
funny. Okay, so we'll be back at 30. So we'll get about 32 minutes in because it's about 58. All right. So
Oh,
see
that'll
you.
work.
Oh, yeah, it'll work out good. We'll see you all at 8:30 my time, but 30 whatever your hour is. All right, and we're back. Oh no, Aphrodite doesn't feel good. You don't have to worry about talking to Aphrodite because I know you said your voice is that. So, if you want to put stuff in the chat, you can. You don't have to talk anymore, so you don't have to mess with your throat. Um,
Yeah, I just put a message in the chat for my
yeah, no worries. No, don't worry about trying to talk a lot anyway. So,
no, I'm still here. I'm still working.
I know I get you. You good. All right, so I managed to. I'm already over my word count that I want, but I can go back and cut some stuff, so I'm not overly worried about that. I did about, and I had to eat dinner, so I took about 5 minutes or something before I did that. Let me see, how much did I get? I still managed 434 words because I had like 20 something minutes. I'm crazy getting back on. Um, so yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm at about 4,527 words right now. I am getting down to the wire, so it's not too bad. I'm not overly worried that I could go back and cut some stuff that's unnecessary. I'm sure. So I'm sure sorry not. Let's see. DL got 736 words. Good job. Yeah, I know you're slow. um, but I don't like to. I can't eat and work, so I had to I finished that in like 6 minutes. Mm. Granted, it was a small portion because I try to keep my dinner light. So, um, yeah. So let's see. Mm-hmm. Oh, you funny. Yeah, you said you'd rather be a overwriter than an underwriter. Well, I'm usually an underwriter, so I gotta say I'm fine with that. But I usually underwrite anyway because I don't do filler like that. Mm, but yeah, I think our next sprint is also going to be 30 minutes because we're gonna work. We're working our butts off tonight. So let me edit this banner real quick fast. Take it off and edit it. We'll do another 30. That'll bring us to 9. A little a few minutes after 9. That's that 35. Uh, I'm gonna do a 25. We can do 25 because so I can just bring us to 9 o'clock. So running over too much. Let's say 25 minutes. So it'll be 9 o'clock and we'll come back. Uh, yeah, so that's why I'm writing so much for my memoir, even though a good chunk of it is not even going to be in the final version, right? I feel you on that. All right, you ready? Cool. Uh, yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and jump back in another sprint. And 25 minutes. So we'll come back at 9 o'clock my time, your time, just whatever the old hour would be. Let me pull up my banner. I did not. I tried to edit that, but it did not save it because I did not press save because I'm silly like that. Anyway, save this time. Thank you. All right, so that's the banner. I'm gonna mute out and then start working. I probably will have finished the story when I come back from this sprint because I'm not. There's not gonna be much more. I'm coming down to the end of what I need to do, and yeah, more death and killing is happening. So that's usually pretty easy for me to write. I'm like da 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 really quick. So that's what's gonna happen. All right, so I will see you at the top of the hour. And that's time. Oh my, that was fun. Oh, I'm almost at the end. Like, one scene left. One scene left. If you are writing, let me know how you did. If you caught the sprints. Hey RC, I see you are here. Hello, Vixen of Fiction. We just finished up a sprint, a 30-minute one.
I'm here. I just couldn't find the button.
You're good. Let's see. What are you saying? RC said at a horror convention right now. It's the same every year. I suddenly remember that I hate crowds as soon as I arrive. Well, you know that sucks once you're already there. Yeah, I don't like crowds. I don't do crowds. I'm too much of a germaphobe for that. Once upon a time, I could like do small crowds, but since COVID, my germ phobia has gotten worse. So, when I was younger, I wouldn't go to anime conventions, and I was a big anime fan. And I was in a small anime club of like it was like 15 people or whatever. And I wouldn't go to the conventions, and I was a cosplayer too. But I wouldn't go to the convention because it was just too many people, too much like body odor, too much dirt and germs. I wouldn't go. So I've never been to an actual anime convention because I didn't want to be that close to people. It would just gross me out. So that many people like touching me, like bumping into me, or like breathing the same air as me, like no, freak me out, and even more so now. So that wasn't it's never going to happen for sure. Now, also never been to a concert, though I am a metal head. So I've only ever listened to music. Only a live music I've seen was like at the Avenue in Maryland when it was like outside and they were like on the Avenue. And then I had Delana, who's a rocker. I saw her at a place that was called Mystical Voyage back in the day when it was open, and I watched her, live. But it was like again small gatherings, and then I'm not as bad as I am now. Like now, you forget about me going out in a group of people without a mask on. Not going to happen ever again. Like just the thought of people spit going in my mouth. Like I've thrown up in my mind, like thinking about all the spit of people's droplets that's gone inside my mouth. Hence why I would have gotten a cold or something. I have a very good immune system, but I would get like a cold once a year or something like that from a client's house or something like that. Or if I, just being around somebody who like sneezed probably or coughed. So like just the thought of that makes me want to regurgitate. Like no. So me going to like a place where there's lots of people, ugh, if I do go to a place where there's going to be multiple people there, definitely face mask forever. Like there's never going to be a time again. So my germophobia has kicked up a notch. That which which sucks, but it is what it is. I just unless I'm making out with you and kissing you or in a relationship with you, your spit should not be entering my mouth. So I'm gonna go with that. But anyway, but yeah, crowds of people, no, thank you. Even when it wasn't my germophobia wasn't as high, I still didn't like it. Yay, DL got 537. I don't know what I got, DL. I'm gonna have to check that real quick fast because it was a kind of a fast scene. Mm, I think the dude had already he already get killed. Maybe he hadn't. I'm not sure. Okay, I did about 685 words for that sprint. So again, I wrote a lot, and I'm at obviously 12,000, but that's okay. I can cut some some later when I do the edit, so I'm not overly worried about it. Not too worried about it. I see what everyone's saying in chat.
Girl, did you see what RC just wrote? Go look and see what he wrote.
I'm ready to read it. He's so funny.
No, go read his new story idea.
Oh my god, yeah, right though. Aphrodite said you're better than me because I couldn't go be around folk with COVID rising. Stay safe out there, my friend. Yeah, really though. He said, or she said, I met Malcolm McDowell, Phil Aslamo. I don't know how to say that. I'm not even going to butcher it. But, oh, okay. I know what that is from. And the guy who played Jason in part 6. That's cool. Uh, After that, I did go to cons and loved it. There were thousands of folk. Ooh, but it was such large venue. You weren't crowded at all. That's a good thing. I never even sat next to another person the whole time. That's too bad. I will never experience it because I don't know. Most I've been to conventions with my dance conventions. RC said I should write a body horror story that centers around germophobia just for you, friend. Haha. I've seen quite a few of those to be honest, and I could probably write one myself, but I don't really want to gross myself out that much. But
I would be so grossed out, and I'm not a germaphobe.
yeah,
Oh my
I
god.
just can't like just the dirt that comes from people on a regular. I mean, we wouldn't even make it horror. It's horror either way. Like I have a cleaning company, and I cleaned a place that I deep cleaned it. It was horrid. It was terrible. They got a deep cleaning for the apartment, and it was like the bathrooms were atrocious. Like everything that was supposed to be white was brown, dark brown, orange, and like this is a tub. Like you can't see it, the color of the tub because it's that much dirt in it for years, and then the toilets are just different colors that they should be. Like that type of dirt is just people making dirt. So like the fact that the dirtiness of humans, I just don't. I can't. I just know. Mm mm. Mm. Ah, yeah, of course it's creepy. You look at him until starts outlining. Too funny.
I didn't see that.
He's so funny. Yes, I loved going to concerts when I was younger. Yeah, I always
I
dreamed
never
of
did.
going to one, but that's about as far as it was going to go.
I've
I
gone
wrote
to concerts because
that
whenever
was pretty cool, like the music being live. I was like I said, I've only been to Delana's little concert, and
oh
I've
yeah,
been
I
to
was there with you at the
yeah,
line.
you were at that one, and then I was at one on the avenue, and they had bands playing outside or whatever.
Yeah,
I seen one in a club there when I was a live performance artist for an art company, and I was downtown, and we all had our layouts. So they have different artists like music artists and comedians and painting artists and performing artists like myself, and I saw like live music then. So I've seen live music, but not in a big scale like concert, like any of the bands I like or anything like that. Never, ever, sadly. So
whenever
I've seen them live on the internet, but that's probably as close as I'll ever get because there's no way all the people I saw not gonna happen.
I didn't have
Besides other reasons,
I don't have the germophobia and I don't have the crowd thing. I just don't like people.
well, I don't like people any
Like
like
I
that's
just
this is
don't.
all three of the things piling on top of each other really. So it's kind of like it's no incentive for me to do it besides me liking the band, and I could just listen to their music at home. So I just don't want to be that close to people that I don't know like that, and just also just it's too much. Also, I'm a metalhead, so all the bands I really like and would go see are like heavy metal, and their shows get pretty crazy at times. Also, the crowd, like before in the past, I wouldn't go because like being my race, I wouldn't go to a concert that was a heavy metal concert for sure because a lot of the fans are going to be Caucasian. Some of their fans are going to be people that don't like people like me. As a female, I wasn't going to be going by myself and putting myself in that atmosphere because I'm talking about like Rob Zombie and stuff like that. Some of the people that liked Rob Zombie, especially back in the day, was like questionable if they were racist or not. So it was no way I was going to put myself in the center of people like that. I couldn't take that chance. When you are my race, you have to think about those things, especially if you're a woman too. And going to a concert, possibly by yourself in that situation, might not be the best thing. People getting drunk and things like that.
Well, and I ain't go to a concert where people were doing that, but
Mm-mm.
I
The metalhead concerts can get pretty
anytime,
crazy.
yeah, that's a little different. Every time Michael Jackson or his brothers came to Maryland, I went to the concert. So like I didn't miss any Jackson concerts except
Yeah,
one,
I know. My
and
my aunt, I think she is it
I
my
was
aunt.
punished, and my mom didn't let me go to one
Yeah.
of the concerts. And girl, oh, that was oh, I was it. All the brat that's in me showed up that day when I sincerely realized she really wasn't going to let me go.
Yeah, so you was like, you start doing like a tantrum on the
I
floor, to fall on the floor.
flipped the fuck out. Like
That's
I'm
funny.
surprised that my mother still ain't whipping my ass. Like
Like,
Like, because I went off. I was like, "Are you serious? Like, is this really happening?" Because like, my whole thing was, I'm the good kid.
oh
I'm the
yeah,
kid who didn't do anything wrong, and I forgot what I got punished for. But it was the punishment wasn't just. It wasn't like, for instance, I might have, and I don't, like I said, I don't even remember what I did, but I might have stayed outside for 10 minutes longer than I was supposed to. But then I get a month punishment, kind of thing. Like, are you serious? Whereas my sisters and brothers, you will not believe the crap that they done outside, and they didn't get no damn month punishment. So I felt like when she said I couldn't go to that concert, I literally laughed out loud because I was like, Michael is going to be in Maryland, so there's no
like, are you
way.
kidding
There's like
me?
no way you're gonna let him be this close, and I don't get to go and see him. So I really didn't believe. I thought she was trying to be, because my mom wasn't a mean person. She wasn't
You
real
said she
tough,
trying to be funny or
and
something.
I thought she was trying to look how tough I am. But no, that heifer ain't let me go. Girl, I tore the whole house up. I was like, I'm gonna deserve this here punishment by the time I'm done.
You are so
I,
funny.
I am not kidding. I lost my mind. I
Well, I mean, I guess for Michael Jackson, that is a once in a lifetime type of thing.
screamed at the top of my lungs for hours. I am not kidding. I was horrible, and I didn't call her names, but I told her, you know what? I said, you a terrible person. I said, only a terrible person would do this to a child. Where's Michael? Where's Janice? They outside doing God knows what. And I can't go hang out with Michael Jackson? Are you kidding me? Girl, yes, it was bad.
That's
But
you're making a good
all
point.
that to say is concerts, not a fan of concerts at all. The
Yeah.
only reason I went to those concerts is because it was Michael.
Yeah. I
Everybody
mean,
else
I
I
like when
watched,
I was younger, I would have went. I would have probably went if I had the chance, but I this some of my thoughts about the bands that I wanted to go see stopped me from going, like Merlin Manson and
yeah,
Corn.
that's
Like
not no
those are the ones I wanted to go to. And first of all, my mom would have not probably even allowed me. But once I hit my like late, like once I hit 19 to 20, I could have done it even if she didn't like it. So I still didn't because of those reasons. I was like, it's probably not safe. Now I'm a person that don't do unsafe things in no shape or form. Will I do unsafe things ever? Nor will I put myself in positions where someone could do something to me.
right, and that's
That's
one
why
thing
I've never had any like situations where I've been in a bar or someone touched me inappropriate in a bar. Like I've been touched inappropriate at my job, but never in a bar, or like someone could have did something to my drink or something like that. Never could have happened because I've never put myself in those positions. That probably would have happened if I had put myself in places because people are, crap. So
mm,
that's why, like, I just didn't take chances. Like, if I go to this place, something could occur. So I just would not. Like, even if I wanted to do it, I was like, nope, not going to. I
no, but
just
I
didn't do
went.
it.
I went to my first concert. I was either 13 or 14, or in that age range, because it was freshman year of school. So I would have been
Mhm.
13, 14, depending on. I don't remember when the concert was, and that was also the Jacksons. Like, again, I had a thing, but the only concerts I went to were the Jacksons, and they didn't come to the East Coast. Well, they didn't come to our part of the East Coast that often, but when they did, I went, except for the one time.
Girl,
So
why
I was,
DL up in here lying?
I was like 17 for the one I missed, but then I went to all the rest of them until they stopped coming. And then, but
Yeah,
you talking about going downtown or going to DC? That's not that far. And
I'm sorry, but I won't even
yeah,
go near
I had
them.
a ball. The only part that was hard when we went to see the Jacksons in DC was the train over, because
Yeah.
people was coming from all over the area on trains to go. So that was the only time where I was like, is this the right decision? But once we got to the venue itself, and it's outside, it's a
Yeah,
stadium.
outside is a little bit better in
I
my
don't
opinion.
care, but got there, had a ball, and then did
Oh,
some
that's not
stuff I
surprising. I
can't tell y'all
suspected to
on
be fun.
camera,
Look,
but
look, look,
I have
look at DL up in here lying.
what?
Talking about I don't do unsafe
Please,
things
the
either.
epitome of trying to die young.
Just stop. You can't help it. It's in your blood.
What are you talking about? Like,
You
look,
know, you
dude,
know.
As,
Your
as a
Caucasian people be
patron,
like doing dangerous stuff just so you be like, I did
mhm,
this,
you know what I
hanging off the cliffs and whatnot. Like,
you know what I call him. As a patron, I get to
mm,
see all those backstory stuff that Stewie has, and
yeah, I see his
all
stuff.
his
He crazy. He doing
childhood.
crazy stuff.
I
He's
don't care
so.
what
I
he
mean,
said.
that's why he laughing. Look, that's why he
He
laughing because he
spent
know
his
he
whole
lying.
childhood trying to kill
He
himself.
up in here lying. Up in here lying. He probably doing
Everybody
some
trying
things
to
other
live
than. Yeah, crazy white boy.
exactly. That's exactly what I call
Everybody already know.
it. I said,
It's like
I don't know what it is a white boy.
I be doing stuff just like I saw a video yesterday, like trying they're hanging off a cliff on the side, like these people like
Right.
hang off that cliff, like got a thing around their waist and like hanging towards
Hanging
like the
suspended in the
thing
air.
is like
You don't see
you
no
know
hanging from no strings.
right. Oh, and
No
what's his name? The comedian on Instagram showed the video. He was like, "Why do y'all do this?" Like they were taking the people and throwing them off of a cliff, like it looked like the Grand Canyon, throwing them off a cliff. But they were just on the thing that they were attached to, and it's like swung his body, like this swung like he was just like nothing. He was like, "Why are you doing this? Why?"
Now I'm gonna tell you something. I'm making fun of that, but I will. This is something I would do. Okay. I am a magnificent swimmer, contrary to the belief of some. I can get down. But if I
Just
was
get
ever
water,
going to do the whole rubber band attached to my ankle thing,
bungee
I
jump.
would do it as long as it was over a deep, 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 deep body of water. Because
Oh
if
yeah, because then you don't have to worry about
that bitch
crashing into
snapped,
something.
yeah, that bitch snapped, then I'm good because I just lay in the water and do my thing and come back up.
I'd be like, forget all that, like the mountain climbing stuff that people be doing. I'd be like, I seen Cliffhanger.
Girl, cliffhanger cured me of
I ain't no way. Like she was like falling forever. Like no,
ever. Girl,
no, and, oh no. Like I said, I don't do
if,
dangerous stuff,
if
let alone some crazy.
vehicle, if a vehicle, an all-terrain, four-wheel drive vehicle cannot get to the place, I ain't going.
Exactly.
I ain't going.
Look, he said, I've done the bungee swings and bungee jumps. We know you have, DL.
Mm.
Never done it over water though. That would have been a safer
Over water
option.
is the only way because I ain't crashing hitting no damn cement or the rock or whatever. I'm
She said,
no,
I seen Final Destination. Well, have you seen Final Destination? Maybe not.
no. What, girl? It's called Final Destination. That tell me in the title, do not watch. I take my cues well.
Yeah, those are good though. Like
They
those are
had a
good.
movie out called Jaws.
I'm sure you've never seen Jaws.
And it's like, not safe to go into the water. I'm like, it was never safe. Somebody had to tell you. I'm missing something here.
Like, did you not figure that out on your
Stay
own?
out their house. They pee in that water.
Yeah, Shark
They
P.
poop in that water. I ain't going in there. They do stuff in that water to each other.
I've never been in ocean water ever, and I never will. I am getting a pool when I get my house built. That's unless it's my private body of water. I'm not getting in it. I don't get in public pools either. I just won't because
Oh,
other
I get in the
people's.
pool in a
But that's a germaphobe thing, of course.
yeah.
Even though
I
I
get
know they
in the pool.
throw chemicals in to kill all like the skin bacteria and all that stuff, it's still in my head that those people are in there, especially if they're in it at the same time I am. There's no way I'm taking a bath with other people.
I
So
yeah. I had this conversation with you before with at the hotel. Like
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I wanted to get in the hot tub so bad, but just the thought that other people had been in there, and I know they clean it.
Even the hot tub is
I,
a little bit safer than the pool
yeah,
too.
because of the heat and killing the thing. But I wouldn't be able to bring myself to do it. It had to be my own private hot tub, my own private pool for me to get in it. And
No,
then
I
my only
feel
people that I would know would be in it would be my family that live with me. I can't. It just would gross me out. I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to sleep. I would be in there scrubbing my body. Nope.
and see, and that's the thing I was trying to say. Like, if it bother you, then don't do it.
Right. See,
Like,
did you see me get in the pool?
right. I wanted you to go swimming with me so bad, and you
I
was
did
like,
get in the pool, but I haven't been in it. But I've never learned to swim either, which I'm going to take swimming lessons. I want to swim.
definitely
Which
learn to swim. Swimming
no,
is
I wouldn't get in no water anyway unless it was a tub of water. Like
right.
I'm not
Swimming is
stupid.
something that
Yeah,
anybody
I'm
can
getting
do.
a
You don't
pool.
want to be in a
I'm
predicament.
going to like learn to swim. Like it's not like it's gonna be hard or nothing. Like I could do anything. So I'm not
I'm
like,
a certified water rescue person.
Sorry.
So that's my thing. Like I
I'm
don't
sorry.
have.
I'm only certified for CPR, so I can save you once you're out of the water.
Yeah, I'm a certified. But because of being a teacher, you have to know CPR too. But I, yeah, like you don't want to be in a situation.
See, Dio is right about this though. He said you hit water from high enough, it's like hitting concrete, which is
Oh, it's
true.
worse than hitting concrete because
It'll break your every bone in your body, like literally.
you have to hit the water correctly. But trust me, like I am a high diver. This is
Yeah,
my
so
thing.
she'll
I
just dive like
Yeah.
she's a
If
mermaid,
I felt that thing snap, I would get into the right position to bullet into the water.
Yeah.
I know how. It's one of those things like when
You
you
talking about want to go scuba diving and snorkeling at some point.
oh hell to the no. But
Be under
no,
there with the sea creatures.
no, why?
Aphrodite's like, no.
They had people who took videos of that shit. You ain't gotta go. You good, just watch
You ain't
it.
gotta go, you can just watch it.
Cause something
Watch
go
other people be in danger.
some gonna eat your ass. You don't hear about that shit happening to no black girls, do you? Oh, it's the same crow, biologist, Aphrodite Lee, got eaten by some piranha. Like that's not never gonna happen unless
Eat by the piranha.
Aphrodite Lee get kidnapped, hogtied, taken to the Amazon, thrown into said piranha pool, and then nobody gets you out. That's how that
No.
happens. So if I do
When you
die,
said that, like somebody get eaten by piranha, everyone, why it reminds me of that
no, I
Jason
got kidnapped.
movie when the dude in one of the Jason movies, a guy goes like runs downstairs or something, and like I guess I don't know if he thought he could fight Jason or something, and try to tell like I guess the woman that was upstairs or somebody that's upstairs told him like run, and he was like he ran downstairs. I guess he was gonna fight Jason, and then he ran down there, and then he was like, ah, he's killing me, run, run. I'm like. He literally said he's killing me, run, and you hear him like Jason like tearing him
Like,
apart or whatever. And
bruh,
I'm
did you
like,
not read the
my
movie? The
boy,
title. Did you not read the movie? The movie not about you. You not
no,
surviving.
his name is Jason, so he probably ain't gonna die. It's gonna seem like he died, but that's why he has sequels. But I'm like, he said he's killing me. So like, if you go into the water and something eats you, like, are you
Mm,
shocked?
mm-mm,
Maybe you shouldn't be.
mm-mm. That's why
I
you
mean,
don't see that shit.
I'd heard somebody they came to my house because that's what you doing. You busted up in their house. So I mean,
Again, if I die in any kind of way like that, y'all know I was kidnapped and somebody lying. Cause no part of me would ever want
look at
person
Stewie, and that's why I
in the
knew.
water.
Look, this comment everybody. I'm putting it up here again with him lying. I don't do things, do
Right,
unsafe
right.
things either. Then he be down here with this telling truths and stuff. I taught myself how to swim. I jumped off the high dive and was like, "It's swim or drown."
And see, that's actually not how that works, bro.
Look at this dude.
But since you don't do things that
I would like to. I would take a video.
um
Yeah, you would take a video. You go ahead
well,
and take a
I'm seeing
video.
lots
You
of
under there.
videos
She
of
won't
that
be watching it
accident.
though, because I don't think she'd be comfortable watching anybody be under there with those sea creatures.
Oh no, not that. You take a video of look with us when we went snorkeling. Me and you not gonna be friends for a couple days.
Nigga, I ain't looking at that. She only trying to
My
show me
friend did
stuff.
that, y'all, for real. My friend did that. My friend Nisi, and she
Y'all
knows
still
who I
friends? That's
am.
crazy. You friends with Niecy? She
Girl,
did that?
girl, girl. I was like, me, girl. This is what she did. Not only did she go swimming with the dolphins,
Oh, oh my!
she
I don't
took
mess
her.
with them dolphins. They like humans too much.
Like I'm about to be real Baltimore for a minute. She took her turn to go swim with these here fish. Oh, they not fish, excuse me. They look like fish, but they're not.
Oh
They
man.
look like fish because they live in the water. But see, I say if you look like a fish and if you are a fish, it counts. And then
Mm-hmm.
not only did she do that, but she took video of her doing it. And then she posted this shit on Facebook and tagged me.
Oh, that's not right.
The level,
He
the
tagged you.
level
That's
in
not
which
right.
I had a heart attack.
Dio said he would warn you.
Yes, I know he would. The level of which I had a heart attack when I saw the nose of that damn dolphin pop up.
I'm
The
sorry.
level. I mean, I don't know what else happened, but I clicked that thing off so damn quick. I messaged her. I said, "Why?" And all she could write back was "LOL." She said, "I know you ain't watch it." And I was like, "Did you put my nephews in the water with them creatures? Them creatures rape people. Do you know anything about dolphins?
That's why I said they like humans a little too much for me. When you
They're
get
a
into
little too friendly." And she said, "Oh yeah, they just had a ball." I said, "Mm-hmm, mm-hmm."
We'll come out there with some dolphin babies or something. Calm
I
down.
I said, "I'm not talking to you for a couple of days."
Mm-mm.
My daughter did the same thing with my daggone grandson. Took a picture of him in the jaw of a megalodon. That's
Oh yeah, messing with you.
still, you already know how I feel about the Meg and his. I can't even say it out loud.
I can't even say it
I
out
don't
loud.
play Meg.
Look at the y'all talking about. I want to swim with the rays.
Mm-hmm. They,
Unless that's a family named the Rays, ain't nobody swimming with them.
yeah, you be safe with the rays. The rays ain't what you got to worry about. It's the fact that you in the water with shit that eat the rays. The rays. I mean, we were in the Bahamas, and they have real water in the Bahamas.
You laugh, me just funny.
And I put my feet in the water so I could say I did. You look down and you can actually see your feet. And
Again,
then you
the
keep
water's so
looking out,
clear.
and then you see manta rays. I'm like, bye. And people was like, excuse me, let me clarify. White people was like, "Ooh, manta
Let
rays.
me clarify.
Let's go out with the manta rays." I said, "The sharks are out there too. But go ahead with the manta rays. Do you? I'm going to watch from this hammock with this pretty boy over here playing music. I'm going to do that
Mm-mm-mm.
and see how you fare. And pray for you.
That's
I
too
don't want
funny.
nothing to happen to you." Excuse me, y'all. The voice is absolutely trying to leave. But yeah,
Would you make some
so
tea?
I got the tea.
Okay.
But nope, nope, nope. I had to say something. I'm like, mm-mm.
Yeah, forget all that. DL's like, I love petting the Rays at the zoo.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm.
Pet the red.
I don't need to be touching nothing like that.
I was watching this lion, right? We were in the part in the zoo with the lion enclosure, but the part where it's all plexiglass,
Mm-hmm.
so that you can kind of walk through and see the habitat. And this one lion, he just kept coming over. He just so sweet and friendly. Humans is dumb. The lion is just looking at them. He's all, being cute. And I'm like, he's setting y'all ass up.
Mm-hmm. I'm cute, and you're
Then
dumb.
the baby go over and touch the plexiglass, and the lion is licking where the baby hand is.
Oh.
The lion is trying to taste test that kid. Why y'all? Oh, look at the lion being sweet. The lion not being sweet. The lion is like, this snack probably
He's
can't
like, they're so
handle it.
silky. Oh, the Rays or the lion?
The rays. The rays
They
are
are.
beautiful.
I figured they would. They look like they are.
I had to walk over a damn, I don't know what you call it, but technically a bridge, over a bridge that was only as wide as I am,
Nope.
over sharks.
Nope.
So I just want to point out, people crazy. I'm like, who thought this was a good idea? Why would y'all do this to us? Why? Like,
Imagine Aphrodite being this and that's fucking worse.
yeah, because then you look down and it's like, oh, look at the manta rays, and then you look over and there are sharks.
Mm-mm.
And I'm like, now I know a lot about sharks. I know how sharks in captivity act. That's not the point. I'm like, y'all got to be kidding me. I held my son's hand so tight, we couldn't get the fuck out of there quick enough. It was
That is too funny. I
horrible. I
can't.
don't understand the cuteness of that shit. Phobia or not.
That's funny. I can't.
Oh
That's
my
hilarious.
god, a great white shark just went past my face.
Yeah, it's gonna be a no for me. Never ever. I haven't even been to the aquarium,
Do not go to the aquarium.
and I don't really plan on. I plan on like I'm gonna take my daughter to the zoo. We have a zoo in Frederick that's
Yeah, I
not too
like.
packed. And during the day, I'll probably take her. We wearing masks, of course, but I'll probably take her. Maybe like when school is in, I'll take her.
They got signs. Look, real quick, back to the aquarium. They
Mm-hmm.
got signs at the aquarium, and I'm gonna clarify for white people to tell the
Because
people
nobody else need to be told apparently.
that say, do not try to pet the seals.
Like, why would I?
Now they have to put these here signs because people keep reaching in to try to touch the seals, and for some reason don't remember that the seal will bite your damn fingers off. They look. cute. They not safe. So finally, after putting up big ass
Fact
plaques
that they gotta tell people.
for the white people to tell them not to reach in and touch the seals, because the seals come up to the surface and be like, and you be like, oh yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, how you doing?
But you don't reach in. A seal snatched somebody's baby and took it under the water.
What?
Yeah, but you see, but the signs say like don't f with the seals. So they finally had to take away the fucking exhibit because not the seals' fault, but because humans can't follow simple directions.
See, this is why we have so many viruses in here, because people gotta go fly to other countries, and then they touch and random little weird animals that's not their country they from, and be like, oh, it's so cute and stuff. I feel weird, like maybe because you went from there. Also, the fact that it's a weird little animal you shouldn't be petting, and you think it's cute. Like whatever. I just can't. I've never had any interest in that.
They very cute, but
Don't touch it.
touch them.
You don't gotta touch them. Use your eyes. You see things with your eyes. Why you gotta touch it? What? It's like you seeing with your
But I
fingers or
learned my
something.
lesson. I told you I learned my lesson when I went because I was trying
Look,
not
look,
to.
look. They are all about the natural selection. Stop.
He not wrong. No, he not wrong.
They need to stop.
He not wrong. So
Stop.
we roaches to the rest of the animals on this planet.
I'm just gonna.
But
All
we
right, so we gonna do our last sprint. It's gonna be 30 minutes again. So if
what
you got
time
something
is
to do, this is
it?
your moment to shine. Okay, it's your moment to shine.
I'm gonna drink some more tea, and then I'm gonna act.
Vixen said, I
I'm a
don't care how cute it is, don't touch. Right though?
right. Don't touch. They don't come over your house touching you.
Yeah, you'd be mad too. You
You
bite the hand off too, right?
they already mad where they live. Why you over there aggravating them?
Look at DL on I want to pet a tiger, a white tiger. What are you, Siegfried and Roy? What?
See, hey, I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna show you how you do it. You
Listen,
get green screen and you fake that shit.
be like,
I can show you how to do it. I
just
got
petting the
green
fake
screen.
tiger right here.
You green screen it, then you can touch it.
I got a green screen. I'll have to do that. I'm gonna pet a fake tiger.
Look, I thought about doing a green screen and then putting like a shark swim behind me.
Girl, you gonna
Then I
scare yourself.
remember, yeah, then I remember, oh, I would have to edit that, wouldn't I? So I can't do it.
You gotta see it. That actually was people like they have the. I saw this thing. I was like, I'm not gonna do that to Aphrodite. There's like these throws that got sharks on them, and like the mouth like right
Oh,
there, and then they have somebody had their bathroom
oh
floor
no.
done with a shark is like mouth
I
right
saw
there.
that. No, my friend Nisi again thought that would be funny to send it to me. They have it on Pinterest where they look like the bathroom look like it's water, the floor, and then there's a shark breaching the water. And she was like, "Oh, let me just send that to Aphrodite because she would get a kick out of that." We ain't talk again for a couple of days. I said, "Ain't nothing beautiful about that." Oh, girl, they had one that was worse than Cthulhu, like with the octopus tentacles coming through.
Yeah, I seen
I
that
was
one. I was
like,
like, that's cool.
you and me, I don't think you understand.
They also have a picture of me as a kid playing with tiger cubs.
Oh,
And he's
your
like,
mama
he said,
did.
not pet
Yeah.
a pet tiger of my own. He wants to have a
Oh,
pet tiger. Well, I guess we'll say by the DO when he get his pet.
so you know when your mom, you can tell how much your mama love you when she let you play with baby tigers.
Facts. Vixen said, "Let's all pull out the green screens." Hee
I'm a green screen, but you know what's gonna be behind me? Rain.
Oh, I know. So you can rub his
Them,
abs.
them hips don't lie.
You gonna rub his abs down?
Mm-hmm.
I be
Yeah.
like, I be like, can I lick your V? Let me stop.
So you nasty. So I ain't talking to you now.
You know you want to.
You
Who
probably.
can see Rain's V
I'm
going and
muting.
not
I'm
lick
muting. I'm muting.
it? She only saying that because she wants to so bad. I know. Like, cause who wouldn't want to? Anyway, once you've seen that V though. Anyway, all right. So let's go ahead and jump on our last sprint of the night, and it's going to be a 30 minutes. So we'll come back a few minutes after 10. About, I guess it'll be a few minutes after 10. I'll give you a holler. Let me go ahead and edit this because I did have it set for 00, but it's gonna be something like 5 minutes after. So bloop.
My mom was scared too, so she made me learn water safety at 6. And by 7, I was registered in the state of Maryland as a water rescue. Water
Smart.
rescuer, yeah,
Very
no
smart.
joke.
Good job.
So, but she ain't want me to ever be in a situation where I might drown. Because she would stay
Look,
on top of water.
Leo. Look. He's like, my mom was scared I would drown when I was younger, so she would leave me at the pool and then go home.
That's love. Hope you heard the sarcasm.
I know, Leo. I can't. All right, so let's go ahead and spread. I'm gonna mute out and let's finish these writings tonight. And it's time. It is time. All right, let me take the banner down. I got kind of to
I
edit a little
finished it. I finished the poem.
bit. Yay, I finished the story.
Yay! I knew, girl, please. I knew. My
Hello,
this
newcomer.
at this point, which it will not be finally, because I literally just finished the first draft. At this point, it's 398 words. So more than likely, yeah, it's only on one page. More than likely, it'll be still around that length because the words that I need to change are just replacing words, so the word count won't go up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
So yep, it's done. I'm so happy with it. And so technically, in a book though, the
Yeah.
size of a book it'll be 2 pages, but on a regular
Well, cool. It's the
8.5 by
formatting.
12 it's only a page long.
Awesome. I ended with 4,997 words.
See, I knew that's right. So you ain't even gotta. All you gotta do is like do a rewrite. You ain't even gotta edit out words.
Yeah, so I went back through because it was like at 5,033. And I went back and like, oh, this doesn't need to be here. This doesn't need to be here. So I cut some words already. And
Did somebody say Charlie was here?
yeah, I don't know Charlie though. I
Hey,
think I may have seen
Charlie!
Charlie.
How
I
are
forgot. I was
you?
about to say hello newcomer. Well, at least on my streams anyway.
I saw
um,
it looked like Vixen was saying hello to Charlie or something. I was like, wait,
yeah, I saw that. So. Well, someone else knows Charlie.
hey, love
I am
Charlie.
happy to have you, Charlie. Um, Vixen got 422 words. Good job. DL said I got sidetracked doing other things, which is normal to do. Um, but yeah, so finished.
What were you working on, Nia? What were you working on? Because I don't know if you said so earlier. If you did, forgive me.
I think he was working on his memoir last time, but I
No,
believe.
Nia, not Stewie, Nia. Vixen of Fiction.
Oh, I don't know. Vixen, what are you working on? Because it might be the same thing as the other day,
Yeah,
possibly.
that's what I was curious about.
Yeah. So.
Because I think she was doing like her blog music and stuff the other day.
Yeah, true. Mm.
So I
Pardon
guess I'm saying, what story are you working on? Yeah.
me.
And Charlie, what would you have been working on if this wasn't the last print?
Yeah, that wasn't the last one. Well, we'll be back tomorrow though, because I have to do editing now. So,
Mm.
if anyone
I'm a
wants to
I'm
come
a
right
spruce
now,
up this poem tonight.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm done with it. I just gotta go finish my second draft of the story.
Cool.
So I'm happy. I really love this story, guys.
Vixen said, working on the comic, finish the blog.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Cool. Oh my. So yay, we all got things done. I got finished. It does need a little work because it's the first draft, but I have to do that right away because this has to go to my editor on Thursday. Um, it's only like 17 pages, at least set where it is right now, because he
Right.
does by page. So um, I will let him know that it went up a little bit because I don't know if I'm going to care about like trying to make it 4,500 because I have to just have it in the 5,000 range for the to submit it
Mm.
for the anthology. So
Wasn't it like 7,000 the last time
for what?
for the anthology? I don't
For
remember it being 5,000 the last time.
for last time?
For
I don't remember because I've never come close to the like whatever the cutoff was because
mm,
my last two fit just fine.
yeah,
But
mine did too, and that's unusual. So I don't think I think it was more than 5,000 though.
I don't think it was. I think she's always kept it at 5,000.
She might have. I just
I just can't
again that
recall
story
though
was
because I did never come close to it, so I just kept it like sure. I think I first time room with them was only like 13, 1,400 words, and
mm,
then Fractals only like maybe I want to say 3,000, but I think Fractals might have been like maybe 2,000 or something. I want to say I'm not
I don't
sure. I
remember.
can't remember.
Mine was me even making it was a fluke, so I'm not sure. For some reason, I keep thinking it was 7, but it probably wasn't.
Could have been. I wouldn't have been closer. Vicky said we're talking about Twilight on Sunday. I'm nervous that nobody liked it. Fingers
I
crossed,
liked
it's
it.
not a one-sided discussion. What are you talking? Oh,
No, I liked
were
it.
you on a panel or something?
See, I didn't think it was the greatest book ever written and all other stuff.
There's no
And
such thing.
or like people put down like Bella not being like the strong female, this that, and the third, and blah blah blah. And I'm just gonna say this: maybe she wasn't supposed to be.
See, Vixen, you need to have me on your panel. Okay. Like if I was on your panel, then you'd have some backup because I like Twilight. I have all the Twilights. There's nothing I don't know about Twilight. I have all Twilight memorabilia, and that's simply because it was about vampires. I am into everything
Yes, and that's me.
vampire.
I like vampires.
So when it came out, I had to have everything Twilight, which I did. So I read all the books. I have the graphic
I have
novels and
not
all
read
that
the book.
stuff. But like, you know, there are people like always say so, and I've talked about Twilight so much already, like about people saying things about it. They're like, oh well, it was this and it was that, and how much I hated it, and all that stuff.
I just want to be clear on that. Like, it's not that some of the stuff that people say aren't true.
Yeah,
It's a book of fiction though, so it's allowed to be what it is.
yeah. A lot of
That's
people
the
just
part.
they
Like, I
start
don't
reading too much
understand
of
why
their real
people.
world stuff into it. I think, and
Right,
that's
I
the
don't understand
problem.
why people beat up on stories. If you
You don't
really
need
didn't like the
to.
story,
It's not
then
needed. You
okay,
don't have
but
to.
you definitely have the right to your opinion. I am not saying you're wrong, but
Right.
if you don't like the story, why not just move on? Because other people did like it, and it definitely had
Mhm.
shortcomings, but it didn't have a shortcoming that bothered me.
I'll
I'm
definitely try
not
to
against
make
the
the show. I think
thing.
it's. I'll try to make the show on Sunday. I probably can't be like if I was on camera. I don't know if I can do that because of other crap I got to do. But if I had known about it, if only I had known about it, I would have totally been there, like to be there on the panel. Because I love talking about Twilight, so I can get people.
Again,
Um,
I get
I
why.
do like to get people. I can't help but say that I do like to get people because they always have something to say about how the vampires sparkled and stuff. And I'm always like, she didn't make that up. It's been in vampire lore. If you know about vampire lore, it's not like she came up with a new thing. And also the concept of it makes sense because vampires being undead and their skin being hard, their bodies being hard, diamond based and then shining in the sun would not be far fetched. It is not. It's very
I think
coherent
where that problem came
and
in because
believable.
I noticed when the book was out, that wasn't a problem. That wasn't a problem until the movie came out, and the
Yeah.
way they made them look in the movie, it
Yeah,
looked
people had a problem.
that did look like sparkly vampires. Like, I get what people were talking about,
No, if they
but,
complaining about it, if they were just
it was
talking about it, it'd be
still
one
it
thing.
was a not great special effect.
They were trying to say like they didn't even care about the effects of it. That wasn't the issue with them. They were like trying to put it down to try to say like the
Oh no, I
vampires were
know that they
weak,
were, but
like
they
they were
weren't.
weak
They did
because they were
not
sparkly.
but they did not harp on that fact when
Until the
the
movie
books were
came out
out
because they
until
could
the
see it. It's
movie came
visually
out.
seen. Once it's visually
Right.
seen, it's not read. But the fans of Twilight who read the book, who liked Twilight, wouldn't have had a problem per se with the adaptation of the sparkliness. But it was the people who didn't really just like Robert Patterson because he's very pretty and attractive. And it
Yeah.
was a lot of jealousies going around. And then it was also the whole movement of like the social justice warrior type of setting where the people would be like, oh, the relationship was abusive. And I'm like, it's a fucking vampire. And it was like, like, oh, she was
The
too
part that was
young for
making me
him
mad
and
was
all
saying
kinds of
like
stuff.
because yeah, because he's like 117 and she's 17. They're
Yeah, but
like,
he's 17
but
forever.
he's but not even that. Like, I want people to just step back a little bit. It's fake
It is fake.
and
Thank
there's
you.
a vampire. This
Like, do
ain't
you
a
know any
hundred and
vampire
seventeen.
relationships? Like, if
There's
you
not.
do,
It's
please
not a
tell me.
117-year-old old man creeping up on her. It's a vampire, and vampires are long lived, and they have to cycle through if they're going to deal with humans anyway. They have to cycle through the lives of humans because humans born, live, die, born, live,
Right. I
die.
mean, it's just a lot of
And
craziness, a lot
I
of
just
bull
didn't
crap
like. So
around
people were
this
like,
one.
"Oh, it was just so gross because he was 117. He was a vampire, and
Okay,
Belle
roll
don't
eyes.
exist."
Like, stop thinking on your human scale. Like,
It's
stop thinking on
not
your human
real.
scale. Like, they can't help it.
If I
Like,
was, if I, because I love vampire stories,
me too.
but I mean that's true about every vampire story. Whenever a
Like,
vampire
every
falls
single one of
in,
them.
everyone. Think about that. You can go back all the
Oh,
way to Nosferatu. Well, go back to Bram Stoker, and dude fell in love, with the woman. The woman's like 22. He's
right.
like 500. So
He's
it's
a
all
billion and
that
nine.
much.
Like, he's been
It's
alive for a
never not
long
true.
time.
So stop
I
making it.
can't.
And the nature of a vampire is prey. I mean, that's what they do.
They're
So
looking at you
this
as
wasn't,
prey.
yeah, the people were taking it too out of context and not remembering
So
that you're
annoying.
dealing with a vampire story.
They can't.
The only difference
Can't.
between this vampire story and the other vampire stories is that the main characters are young.
Yep.
And so she was not meant to be a role model. She was meant to be Belle, some dumb girl from Forks. Just honestly, people going too far with it.
They always go too
Now, if
far. I
you don't like
can't.
it, that's different. If you don't
Just say
like
you
it, you
don't
don't
like it.
like
Just, you don't have to like it. No one's telling you to like it. But like, the problem I have with it is that whenever people started complaining about Twilight, wasn't ever like, I just don't like it. They had to try to compare it to some other vampire thing that existed and say or make all those stupid memes that go around like, I like vampires that do this. Okay, then like those type of vampires. No one's making you like this type of
No,
vampire.
but
But why do you feel the need to put it
the one that
down?
got me was when somebody's like, I like real vampires. I'm like, you do? Introduce me.
Oh my god, I can't with that one.
Like, are you
Really, real
serious?
vampires? That's
Like real
crazy.
vampires? Introduce me. And like, oh well, she just isn't realistic. Well, she
Yeah,
isn't supposed to
that's
be.
true.
Just keep
Vixen
all that in
said,
mind.
I
With
do want more vampire books with older women though. They have
oh, honey,
those.
just give me a second, okay? I
Like,
got
I
you.
could give you a whole list. Like, there's quite a few where
There's
they'll
a
go
few
into that.
they make the movies make a bunch of those sephotic.
Yeah,
So, but the books they'll have them where they're in all kinds of relationships, not just with other women.
yeah.
So they're there,
Younger
but
women
honey,
have
just
it.
stick with me because I love my older female
Yeah, I love those
stuff.
dynamics. Actually, I like the dynamic
Love
with the
them.
older woman, younger guy. I like
I
those too.
usually do May, December. Like this current one that I'm doing right now is probably the only one that I didn't because
Yep.
my all of my characters are around the same age. The one character, Grace's son, is a little bit younger than them, but he's not so far younger that it makes a difference.
I think all my characters are in their 30s.
Because I'm pretty sure
As far
Grace's
as
son
their
is,
look, because
yeah.
Cagliostro and Supernatural, so their age is like endless a lot of times. But like Allison in Cagliostro, she is in her 30s. She's not like
Well, in my
20. I don't really
mind,
do younger.
because
I'm in my 30s, so why would I write 20-year
we
olds?
don't see, well, we ain't gonna get into my stilos, but but
Listen, you
in
20
my
something forever, so
mind.
that's special.
In my mind, Grayson is like 18, 19 years old.
Right,
I'm not establishing his actual age because also he doesn't know it.
right.
He doesn't have a birth certificate nowhere. He's born like in 1802.
Mm.
So he has a pretty good idea how many times he saw winter. But even then,
Like,
he
I'm taking
doesn't
a
know
guess.
for
I'm
sure. Whereas
taking a
the
guess.
other two are in they're in their mid to late 20s.
Right.
So they're not far in age, but she is older than Grace's son. Genesis is older than Grace's son. She's
I
not.
mean, I get why a lot of people would
Mm,
write and or make films with younger audiences, rather it's be like, okay, women that are younger. We all know how society works. We all know also when they make new things, they are looking for it towards younger people. When we get in
yeah.
our 30s, they don't care about us anymore. They don't care about trying to pull us in for entertainment. They're going after the younger crowd. Hence, the characters will have to be relatable and be younger.
But
Why they do
also,
that? Things aren't made for us anymore once we get in our 30s, unless we look for things that are with people our age in it, which that's kind of what we have to do. So
yeah,
when
but
you
there's
see
also
that,
a lot of people in every age group, especially in our, well, I'm saying our, like you're my age, I'm old enough to be your mom, but you know what I mean.
I
In
get it.
our specific age group, also like young adult stories. Young adult is a very popular,
I mean, I never liked young
I
adult. I
never
was
got
I never
into
liked it.
young adult. There was now I can't say that wholeheartedly. There are some that I did like,
I never read it. I didn't even
But
know. Like when I read
I've always
Twilight, which Twilight's a
preferred
new
new
adult,
adult.
but I didn't.
I didn't read Twilight. I didn't read Twilight till after the movies,
Yeah,
and
I
I
read
didn't
Twilight
finish
before the
reading it
movies.
because Stephanie Myers. I don't like her style,
Yeah.
and that's not a put down.
No.
And I hope
No.
she
No.
writes 50,000 more books and has a great career. That is not a put down. Her style isn't for me.
Right, and you
But
can
I
say that.
still, even saying that, I still like the stories.
Yeah. So I mean, I saw the first. Oh, I saw the trailer for the first Twilight. Looked it up. Saw it was a book series. Read the first book before the first movie came out. Saw the first movie
Mm.
while reading book 2 and 3 and 4. So I've read all the other ones before the next movies came out. So very impatiently waiting.
I have my only YA book. I have a book called right now it's called Bianca de Mouton, The Chronicles of Bianca de Mouton. But I do have young vampires. I have teenage, not the like in her Stephanie's book where when the young vampires could be a couple hundred years old. I mean,
Right.
literally teenage vampires in my book. So I do have that, and I'm real happy. I cannot wait to share this.
Yeah, see, everybody's vampires in their world are different too. So Charlie said, "I am all for vampires who's 50 years old," and
Yeah,
it's kind of like that depends on who's writing the book and how the vampires develop. Now you have vampires that are like, in my world, vampires can be born. So
mm.
I have vampires that can be born. So them being some certain age wouldn't really be relevant
Yeah, because
to
turned
that.
vampires and
You know,
born vampires are different.
yeah, born
When
vampires
if
are
you ever,
different
I
from
don't know if you
turned.
guys read the Sookie Stackhouse series, but they had vampires of every age,
Right. So they did that thing. Like now, I'm not the one that likes
including
now. You know how
50-year-old
people say, "Oh,
vampires.
they didn't like Twilight's vampires and the sparkle." I don't particularly like vampires that are like this bald vampire over here, or this vampire that's like 50 or 60 or something like that. I'm particularly don't go after vampires like that because I was more grew up Anne Rice type of vampires, and Anne Rice vampires, like when they would get turned into a vampire, it would beautify them, so to speak.
What's involved is
So,
beautiful.
well, you know
I
what I'm
got to
saying.
share with
It
you.
would beautify them, so you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell the person's age for sure because it would make them look more youthful,
Yeah,
even in their
but that's
setting.
that's part of their lore too. That's part of their
Right,
craft.
because they're a
Because if it's
monster. They're a
attractive,
monster, so they
they
need to be
can pull
alluring.
you. Yeah,
So they use it as their weapon. So them being like when I see
exactly. They
vampires like
weaponize beauty.
Buffy and Angel, they would do vampires that look all kinds of ways. They would be run down looking, raggedy, and all kinds of stuff. Just like regular people running around and not even people who are just trying to even fix themselves up. The vampires look all kinds of ways. And I'm like, that's stupid. And to
No, I
me,
like
not
that.
that,
I like that. I
I know
like
some
that
people
too.
do like that. And
I
people
like
like
that
Buffy and
too.
Angel would like that. But to me, I'm like, but again, I'm an Anne Rice. I grew up Anne Rice
Yeah.
vampire. So that how would I would how am I be tricked by this person? They wouldn't even using that. They literally just had to be scavenger vampires that attack you out of just with the
There was
dark
a
or
show.
whatever.
There was a show. It was
You
only on
know.
for a minute when the Fox Network first started, and it was called. Oh shit! It just left me. It'll come back. I I loved that show because they had not only did they have different types of vampires. Now you had and I'm gonna call them since you dubbed them that. Like they had the Anne Rice type vampires. When they became vampires, they, they there wasn't nothing prettier than them. They were just bomb.
I mean, you
But they
got
had a certain sect that they called the Nosferatu, who
oh
were the
gosh,
OG vampires, and those were the
those
ones
motherfuckers is really ugly.
they
Okay,
couldn't. They can't fool nobody. They was kind of living not underground in the true sense, like
but they
underground,
like to be
but
in the dark
they
and
were
like kind of
also
cavey and shit. Like
embraced.
yeah.
Embraced. It's called embrace. Girl,
There's
girl.
so many different types of vampires. There's
That
enough for
show was so
everybody to
good.
like. So it's not like you
No,
have
it's
to
not
like any
embrace.
specific kind. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you can like a specific kind. You
Mm,
can like multiple. I like all kinds of vampires, but I really, at the time, like growing
shit.
up, and I watched all of Buffy, all of Angel. I prefer Angel over Buffy. And I was like, the vampires in here are really lame. Like they turn to cat face type of looking things, and I was like, boo. But but besides all that, it's like
Right,
I
it still drives
still
me crazy until I
didn't
think of that name.
dissed it to that point. But like people did with Twilight, like they started comparing Buffy and Angel, and they would like bring it up like I like Buffy and Angel's vampires. I'm like, their vampires are stupid too. So like I could tear that apart for you because they're lame. They get stuck with a piece of wood that probably isn't even real wood and they die, turn to dust. That's dumb. How you want to go there? I can go there. I can tear it all apart, okay? But I'm like,
But that's true about any work of art.
yeah, because
Somebody can pick
that
up
person wrote those
War
vampires
and
that way.
Peace
Right.
and tear it apart if that's what they were there to do.
Vixen said
Like
that DL because DL said if he all I know is about rogue vampires, they be cannibalistic. I mean, vampires technically already are, really, to be honest with you. And Charlie said, "Oh, I just picked up her first book in the vampire series. Oh yes." And DL said brutally cannibalistic. Oh, those are already
wait a
doing
minute,
my
wait a
boy.
minute, because people mix that word cannibal up. So are you saying truly cannibalistic is where they eat other vampires?
I mean,
Or are you
vampires do that
saying
anyway
that they
already.
eat humans? Because eating a human wouldn't make you a cannibal if you're not a human.
He probably mean eating other vampires, I would imagine, but
Oh,
that's
I've
something
never heard
that
that. I don't
exists.
even want to dig into
Vampires eat each other. That's not really. And then
that.
Vixen said leaning into horror. All vampires are horror, whether people realize it or not. Like all vampires, werewolves are horror in the horror class. Like if
You
you have
guys,
vampire, if you look
it's
it up,
driving me
they
crazy.
can romanticize them if they want. It's still horror. It's just a romantic horror if you make it into like that. But vampires always will fall into horror. So if you write vampire
Kindred,
story,
Kindred. I think it was called Kindred.
what Kindred the
I
Embrace?
think it was Kindred. Yes, that
Kindred the
show
Embrace.
showed me some crap about vampires that I never thought about. And even though I'd already been like, I like monsters, so vampires are my favorite. Well, they're not my favorite. They're like my second
Technically,
favorite monster.
they do the like he said
Kindred.
eat what he said eat whatever, but you could become a stronger vampire by consuming another vampire.
That's
Technically, they
why
do.
cannibals. That's why cannibals do what they do,
Yeah.
because it's
So
believed that if you eat the
vampires
flesh of
are
another
like
person
vampires
in your
already do
race, you
that.
get stronger.
Like they consume each other. They'll
Mhm.
consume another vampire that's stronger and they become stronger. Kind of like if a vampire killed their maker, for instance, or a weaker vampire killed their maker, they become stronger. So that's like a vampire lore anyway. You could add and live and do whatever you want in your story, but
You certainly
that's
can,
part
because
of
I'm
that.
gonna tell you right now, I've definitely made up my own lore.
Everybody does. Like really, like when you start writing it, you're going to, even if you use stuff that exists, you're going to make some kind of twists and turns and you're going to make up your own stuff. Like everybody who has made vampire stuff has. Like with Blade, when they had like the weapons that's on there and they would make from sun stuff and they would turn them to dust. And then he kind of started that whole era, that comic book started that kind of thing when Buffy and Angel started doing it, but then they took it to the next level of stupidity. But they did do it. And then
Interesting.
the
That's
Sookie
level of stupidity.
Stackhouse, Catherine, whatever, Sookie Stackhouse tales, like that was really annoying and stupid for somebody who followed vampires because the whole though they got staked, now they turned to sticky blood on the ground. It's lame as hell. Get out. I really hated that. But I watched all of it until the last season because it really
But
got
see,
stupid.
I still liked it because that was my thing, was that was her version, and
Yeah,
so
I know,
I
but
still watched
I just
it.
couldn't. I mean, I watched it, but I really stopped watching that series, like True Blood, when it was on TV. I stopped watching because it got on my nerves. It got too all over the place. It was like, oh, guys, now we're gonna do furries in here. We're gonna do this werewolves over there. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. They didn't know what they wanted to do, so the show got on my nerves. Like it just started being too like it was just too annoying. So I stopped watching like the last two seasons. I owned like all of them physically. Like I was into buying anything vampire, as I said. But now I'm stuck with those things, and I like really want to sell them. But
You
like
want to sell what?
I True Blood. I have almost all the seasons of True Blood except for like the last two or
Oh,
three. I
you
didn't
mean
finish.
the TV show?
Of the
Oh,
Sookie Stackhouse tales or whatever. So yeah, but yeah. So there's so many vampire things out there. But like yeah, if you write vampire, it's horror. Just so everybody like that's horror. But it could be romanticized vampires or it could not be romanticized vampires.
okay. So it
But
was 5 clans. Girl, I'm over here looking because I was like, it was driving me crazy to not remember.
Vixen
Oh,
said,
they
"Yeah,
got
I
the
got stuck
first
into True
episode.
Blood. I
I'm gonna
agree.
give
It
y'all
felt
the link.
scattered towards it. It was scattered because when longer shows are on, the more that's going to happen because the writers just get kind of like they don't know where to go. And you can see it as if you're a writer too, but you can see that that's what's occurring. Or they get new writers and the other writers had different ideas than the other writers. And then it's like all over the place and doesn't make sense to the people who've been watching it from the beginning. So unfortunately, that's what you have to deal with when you watch a show that's going to be like 6, 7, 8, 9 crazy amount of seasons. Supernatural. Um, I
Hey, hey,
love
hey,
I
hey.
love Supernatural, but
Don't mess
but
with my boys.
like I know I love them. They ain't got nothing to do with it because Dean is my no. But seriously, Supernatural needed to stop a long time ago. They didn't know what they were doing anymore. It started going off the deep end, and then all of a sudden, like it was kind of repeat, rinse, wash, repeat too much because they should have ended it. They didn't know
No,
what
I'm
they
gonna tell
wanted to
you.
do
No,
no
I'm gonna
more.
tell you why. I'm gonna tell
I
you
got
why
tired
that
real
happened.
quick. I was like,
No, no, you got
what
him.
happened was the writing went terrible.
No,
That's
no,
what
no. I'm
happened.
gonna tell you why it didn't end. Because the gods said that Aphrodite need to keep looking at these two boys walk around.
Oh my god,
So
we can
we're
look
gonna
at them
do it, and
anytime.
we're gonna let her
We can
see
look at
these
them
boys
anytime.
walk around.
Yeah, and I used to
So
love look, I
that's my
loved
take on it.
Supernatural, but it really just needed to like it got ridiculous. I was like, y'all know what y'all doing. Okay, this is what happens when you write stories. And as soon as you bringing it into our world is first off, you're going to be walking a fine line of screwing yourself. Second of all, when you bring God into a story, you just wrote yourself into a corner because now you got to try to figure out a way for someone to fight God. Whatever God you're writing, you have to now find a way for you for people like humans, like what they going to do to a god, but like humans to fight God. So then you got the two boys who are like, okay, well we've been to hell and we are vessels of Michael and stuff. See, the problem is you start bringing like Christian beliefs into the story. Now you really going to just write yourself into a corner.
Girl, I
Because
love
now
every
then
minute
you
of
like just
it.
don't if you're gonna write God, like don't write the Christian God into supernatural stuff, in my opinion, because then you're gonna write yourself into a corner. Like, oh, here's God, and here's the darkness, his sister, and then there. I'm like, y'all need to stop. Y'all know what y'all doing. Like, it's getting on my nerves. Like, y'all, what are they going to do? Then you got like, if you have them fighting God and or the darkness, and then they're managing to live somehow, then you like they back to fighting vampires, like, and then if they get killed by a vampire, but they were battling the darkness and God over here, like, how they gonna get killed by a vampire? And then they go to hell like 900 times. Like, look, I like looking at them, but y'all don't know what y'all doing. Like, this is terrible. Like, stop making seasons. These guys over here, Ty, want to retire. They're like, can we go, please go see our wives? Can we see our kids? Like, we
Can
need
we
to,
go hang
no,
out
we
with
need you here.
Aphrodite for another year? Sure, we'll
Right.
write some fluff
They
for you.
those boys wanted to stop a long time ago, but they was just the money sounded too good, so they kept going.
I loved every
But I
episode of
like
every season.
Supernatural. Don't get me
There's
wrong,
only one
but
episode of that show I did not
I
like.
didn't even watch the last season. I don't think I
No, this
watched
is
it because
all
I
the
was just
way in
like,
the
this is
first.
stupid.
No, this all the way like in the first and second season because the show, as you probably could ascertain, used to scare the shit out of me watching it.
Well,
But this
everything
one
scares a girl.
episode, I don't know if y'all remember this episode when they showed up in the one town with the people who was worshiping the apples. Y'all remember
Yeah,
that
yeah,
episode with the scarecrow thingy? I was
yeah.
done. Like literally, I was done. When you looked at Dean's face, and you know the boy is a good actor, yes he is. But I just get this sneaking suspicion in that episode, so that they said, "What is he scared of?" All right, at this right second, let's show it to him because the terrorized look on that boy's face.
I love Dean.
I was
Dean's
like,
my
"Oh no,
favorite.
he's scared for real."
Um,
Therefore, I'm
my
scared.
favorite episode
Mm-mm.
of Supernatural is still and will always be the episode where Dean was scared of everything.
No.
Literally, like when the cat
And
come
the cat
jumping,
come out
the cat
the
jump out the thing
yeah.
like and screamed like a girl, and then like anything would kill him. Like it was freaking hilarious. Like that was like my
One of my favorite episodes is when the succubus type creature had showed up and was
yeah,
killing all them dudes, and then they
yeah,
couldn't find it, and then this one guy shows up, and he was like, it turned out that he was the succubus, and he had went after Dean,
yeah, yeah.
and it was like, well, wait a minute, why would he be a dude for Dean? It's like because Dean always wanted that one friend who
Well,
loved everything that he loved,
because like,
and it was so good because he cornered him and everything. Like he loved the car, he loved
because it
you know
would.
how
I mean,
Dean.
with technically the succubus and incubus are pretty much the same thing.
Oh yeah, I know, but this
You know.
it wasn't a succubus legit. I mean, it was like a cousin. But what I'm saying is that episode usually I can watch 5 minutes and know what's getting ready to go down. But you were still they still looking for this chick going around killing these dudes, and the whole time the guy that they was working with was the one, and he got Dean. And
So
I said,
funny.
damn, they got me good.
That's
But at the
funny.
end, it was like it worked because Dean loved that car, as we know.
Of
Dean
course.
loved to go out to bars and drink, as we know. He
Of
liked to
course.
carouse, as we know. And then, but his brother does not.
Yep.
So this guy was the perfect person for Dean. That episode was one of my favorite episodes. One of my
This
favorite.
show was really funny, but I did love me some Dean. He was my favorite. Like he's so sexy. Like with that jacket.
There was a couple times when Sam got too close to the camera and I might have got pregnant.
You stupid.
My mother liked
I'm
it.
sorry. I can only get pregnant by Dean.
Oh no, honey, I'll tell you about a dream I had, a legit dream I had, but I can't say it on camera.
Well, I
No,
figured
like
it's
it
your
was a
dream.
legit dream though. I'm not even saying like not a fantasy.
It's your dream, so I figured you couldn't say it
Mm,
on camera. So.
I can't. I can't.
All right, everybody, we are done for the night. We had a great time because obviously we finished things. Everyone had a good time. Everyone chatted, and we had some fun vampire talk into the
Yeah, but
supernatural
yeah,
talk.
but Nia, just remember the bottom line of the as far as her books go, that people need to step back a little bit. Remember, you reading fantasy. We not it's not a guide on how to be a girl in high
Yeah,
school.
yeah, it's really not. They need to take them when people read books. This will last note. When people read books, what they need to do is remove themselves. Well, not remove themselves, but remove their mind from the human world if they're reading something fictional like vampire romance or something, because that's not something that's going to happen for real.
Right.
So they have to realize they don't know anything about what that relationship would really be. So hence a writer making it up purely, so them trying to only thing they can integrate and bring to the real actual bring to the thing like that conversation about that is their own personal experiences, and they've only been in a relationship with other humans.
Mm,
So, unless they've
hopefully,
been in a
hopefully.
relationship with other vampires and aliens and stuff, then they don't really have nothing that they can really put in besides their human experiences, which causes a problem.
And
Say he's
imposing
too
your
old,
and imposing your human experience and
right,
supernatural fiction,
right.
you're gonna
Sound
always find it.
goofy.
You're gonna find a flaw. That's
Right, you're
like going
going
to
to.
somebody else's culture and
Yep.
telling them that their culture is wrong because you don't do it. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
Yep.
So that's the thing that people gotta just remember that it's supposed to be suspension when you're reading fiction, not gospel.
Yeah.
So have fun on that, Nia. You're gonna be fine.
I'm sure she will. Yeah, I'll be in the chat. I'll check it out. You said 12 p.m. on Sunday. Is that 12 p.m. Eastern time? I would imagine. I don't know where you live, so I'm not sure. But if it is, then I will definitely check it out because I'm curious to see. Like, I think I'll probably stay in the chat because I've read Twilight X amount of times, so I know it by heart pretty much. But since
And you know what? Like I hate to say this, but I hate getting beat up and chewed up because I like something
yeah, that's
and
kind of
people
stupid.
don't. Because
Yeah.
then it might turn to an argument, and I do not argue because I'm not saying you're wrong. If you don't like it and you have your good reasons
You
not
have
to
every
like
right
it,
to like
I
it.
100% respect that.
Don't like it. But what I don't like is when people bash something for it being what it is,
Just don't bash me because I do
or
like
bash me because I like
it.
it. Like bash me because I like it. Like people always got something to say. It's a lot of stuff. But if you come at me with some stupid, and
I know you
I'm saying
wouldn't do
stupid,
that. I know you wouldn't
like
do that, Nia. But do me a favor, message me on Facebook because I'm not gonna get no notification on YouTube. I'm just not. Message me on Facebook and remind me, and I'll show up.
oh,
If it's not too much bother.
she said we had a mix on Dune, even to DNF.
Dune the book, because the book is like 18 billion pages. I'm not reading Dune.
I mean, that depends on which Dune
But
you talk about.
then,
Because I have a
then
Dune that's not. I have a
Ah,
Dune that's not that long. So it's like people either like Dune or you don't, because when you watch the movie of Dune, it seems kind of really dragged and boring. But I
but
love
that's
Dune.
because Dune isn't really everything can't be adapted into movie form. You know how you make Dune into a movie? You don't. You make it into a mini series on TV, and you have 12 episodes. That's how you pull Dune off. If you try to take that book and turn it into a 2 hour movie, it's always gonna fall short. That's why it
Yeah,
falls
they did
short.
that on purpose. Charlie said, "Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. It was fun. I always have fun." Twilight,
Oh, I
the
like
movie
that.
made Colin look like a diamond. That was like what they were trying to go for.
They were trying to.
Because
That's where they're trying to crowd, but
she did say in her
it,
description in her book that, like, when Bella was like, "Oh, it's like your skin looks like a diamond or whatever," like,
which would have
you
been
like
great if they could
diamonds.
have pulled that off.
But they were trying to
They did
imitate
try. They
that.
did.
They did try to imitate that, and that's about all you got was like the sparkle and the sun. But it looked more like the sandpaper, like shiny sandpaper underneath the skin. That's kind of like what it looked like. So it's kind of that's the best that they could probably do with their effect that they
Because
had.
I bet you if they made that movie right now, they would hook that up.
Yeah, it probably would be fine,
Oh
but
my
it's kind
goodness,
of
I can't
like,
even imagine
you
what they
know,
would do
I
with it.
think the people that didn't like Twilight was more talking about the fact that it was romanticized to that point. They even complained about
That's
that.
what I think. I
They were
think it
like
comes
they
in,
don't have any weaknesses and they don't have this and that is what they were complaining about too, because of the like diamond effect,
hmm.
like because they didn't burn in the sun. That was the
But,
problem with that.
but
All vampires don't
also,
burn in
I
the
think the
sun.
problem came in. I think the problem came in was that vampires are predatory creatures, and then you made them kids or
Yeah,
younger, and then now they're
they were
preying,
like, what? I mean,
technically
it's always been
preying
like
on a young person. I
young
think
vampires or
romanticizing
whatever.
and sexualizing youth is always going to have some kind of stigma to it, and I understand why that is too. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but they didn't. Even the people that didn't go into that, I'm talking about the people that mostly majority was that was disliked. It was bashing it simply because they would bring it like, oh, it's romanticized to the point that vampires don't have any weaknesses,
Charlie,
and
I haven't
you know,
seen the Crave series books. I have to go look.
oh yeah, I know about that one.
I'll look because I want to check that out. But I
I
like
think
book
the
covers
covers
too.
for both vampire series look very similar. That wouldn't be
Did they
surprising.
always? Because covers go through rebirths and stuff like that.
Yeah. Vixen said we do the book and the movie/series adaptation. Cool, cool.
What do you mean you do the book and series adaptation? What do you mean by that?
They probably, since it's a
That
book
they
club, I guess
discuss
they
them?
read it and then they have to watch it and then they talk about them.
Oh,
I
okay,
would
that sounds
imagine.
cool.
That's what I imagine, but she could correct. Um, and then
Because
Charlie
I
said, I
can't wait
think the
till my
covers look, yeah.
book is a movie adaptation. Well, my book won't be because mine is a. I wrote Shattered to be each Shattered the Glass Corridor, each book to be 3 episodes in a miniseries.
Yeah,
So mine won't be in the movies.
yeah. That'd be a
It'll be
series.
on Netflix or HBO or something like
Yeah.
that.
And I just like, I don't know. I think oh wait, she said. We talk about both exactly. Oh, okay, so yeah, I was right. That's what they did.
Okay,
That's
because
pretty cool
otherwise
though.
my book will be 6 hours, and you're gonna take something that's like 6 hours and try to bring it down to an hour and a half.
Or
Nobody's gonna
two
want to see that.
hours. Yeah, it's not gonna. You're gonna
So
miss a lot of stuff. You're gonna
So
miss
I'm
one on
leaving mine just as they are, little
as a
mini
series
series.
for
And I wrote
sure.
my own scripts, so I don't have to worry about people effing them up.
Yeah, I think that a lot of times with people when they get upset about if a supernatural being in something, and humans tend to do this a lot. I don't really care; it doesn't bother me. But when a character doesn't get bombarded or gets beaten, or it has weaknesses or something like that, I think people complain about it because they can't relate to that because they have so many weaknesses. So they'll be like, "Oh, well, we need to lose sometimes." Type situation. I'm like, everything doesn't need to lose all the time. Also, these are supernatural creatures, so it does not bother me at all if a supernatural being in a book or a story doesn't lose or get destroyed by somebody else or something like that. That's not always necessarily the way to make,
Are
like,
you trying to say that that would be unrealistic?
yeah, that's crazy. Like, really, this is
Really?
fiction.
Because I think vampires are also unrealistic.
All those
So
things
what
are
is
going to
why are
be.
you having a
So
problem with
I don't have
that?
to follow your rules like because of that. So that's what you'll get from people a lot because they were kind of like if you came to Twilight for anything else but the romance aspects of a vampire story and a vampire story being told the way she was telling it, then you needed to roll out somewhere else. If you wanted scavenger style vampires that were just going to rip through humans and things like that, then you probably should have looked at like 30 Days of Night or something.
Lost
Those are,
Boys.
and I like those type of vampires too, but I know what I'm going to look for at the time when I go look for the thing. It's not like she advertised it as like these vicious vampires, like eating humans and
And
stuff. Though she do
actually,
have vampires in it that do just eat
yeah.
humans and drink blood in her story.
But the point
Granted,
of this particular vampires is to show that these vampires are trying to pass and live amongst
yeah, so
humans.
they can't be acting like that.
So they can't prey on the humans.
Thank you. Like
But
what old
all of
like
the vampires in the book wasn't doing that. The
I mean there were
Coens were
plenty
doing
of
that.
vampires in her story that was like the bad air quote bad vampires that would like do that type of stuff. But the people like act like they were mad when they look attractive too.
Y'all, I'm gonna go watch the series again because now I'm interested in rewatching it.
Yeah. Vixen said, yes, I wanted more than just the romance, which is why I like the later books with wearing
The
so
one,
yeah.
yeah,
So I mean that's what I mean. Like
I
if you're
agree.
there for like the romance, then that's cool. If you're not, then I wouldn't if somebody asked me like to recommend a vampire novel or vampire series or vampire movie and they asked I would say what kind of vampires are you interested in? It's the first thing I ask them. And
Well,
if they
wait a
say,
minute,
and I
wait a
say, what
minute,
kind of subgenre are you looking for? That's what you
Danny.
ask. Hmm.
Danny, have you read the Crave series?
I have not read it, but I have
Charlie, you
heard of
know
it.
me for a couple years now, and based on a scale of 1 to 10, you sitting there saying that these vampires don't have corporeal forms. How scared would I be if I read it on a scale of 1 to 10?
Well, if you like vampires,
Because
are not as far as
that just
people with
seeing that
crave
line
series,
already
vampires
scared
don't
me.
have corporeal forms.
So
Hmm.
if I pick up this book, how scared am I gonna be on a scale of 1 to 10, Charlie? Help us
That's
out,
funny. I
cause I like I like vampires, but wait
always ask people,
a
do you want romantic vampires? Because just because you
All
read
right,
Anne
all right.
Rice, don't get fooled.
Okay,
Anne
I'm gonna
Rice stuff
trust you,
was
Charlie. I'm trusting you. I'm gonna go get it.
oh, it's like wait a minute, but it's like romanticized all the way up to the hot werewolf.
See,
So
I love me
like
a werewolf.
0.01. Yeah.
Okay, I trust you. I
Yeah, I
trust.
mean, because there's so many different levels of vampires. It's like she decided to go that route with the Shining Skin. I think she really liked
Who
that
wrote
for her.
Crave?
Hmm.
Who wrote Crave?
I don't know the name of the author. I can't remember off the top of my head. Let me let me pull it up. But I'm thinking that Charlie probably put it before my phone load.
Girls
Mm-hmm.
10:49. You got roll out.
Oh, not on Friday night. I'm good.
Okay. Tracy Wolf, I think. Is, okay.
Tracy Wolf, I think. I'm just gonna pull it up real quick. But yeah, you're probably right though.
All
Yeah,
right.
their covers are quite similar, like super
So I'm
similar.
gonna go get the ebook version of this, of the first book, if it's more than
I'll
one.
check them out because I haven't. I don't think I've read. I haven't read these. What year did this come out? Oh, that's why I haven't because I haven't read any new.
Yeah, I don't write romance.
Like I haven't read any new vampire novels,
Mm.
like new stuff. It's not already like something that's been around for a while.
I'm
And
about to go get
and
credit.
it's just April 7th, 2020 originally published.
Mm.
Wait, let's see here. It's a YA, so I don't know if I'll be reading this.
I'm gonna go get it though. I'm gonna get Craig now, but I'm like you. I'm like you, Nia. I do not. I'm not a romance writer. Like I will write stuff that has romance in it, but it
Yeah.
will not be categorized in any way, shape, or form as a romance.
Yeah, see, I can't say the same. I'm a big romantic.
No,
I
I'm
also
a romantic. I like romance. I don't write romance.
I see I write romance, but I haven't published any romance as of yet. But all my
Yeah,
stuff is layered either way. There's
I
no
can't write. You know why I can't write romance? To be honest with you,
mm.
because I'm a tragedy writer,
Why if
and
you're a tragedy writer, what are you gonna do?
my stuff is always gonna be a little Shakespearean.
Yeah, see now that's what I said with Cagliostro. Everybody's going to think in the first book is like romance because there's kissing in it. That does not mean romance. So that just tells me people who don't know what romance is. They think because there's some kissing in it that makes it romance. That's not how that works. I feel bad for the your significant other if you think that's all romance is kissing. Um,
So
so it's
no,
okay then. Do you
for
not
something to be
read
a
Crave?
romance,
For
you
me,
know it's
it's like
different.
Twilight. I DNF'd after the third book. Left off.
Oh, I'm gonna go get the first one though. I'm gonna go get
Wait,
it.
you DNF'd Twilight after the third book, or DNF this Crave series after the third book? Which which one? And yeah, you're right. The covers, like she definitely, like if she was trying to be fun, like she was trying to copy Twilight
They don't have
cover.
nothing to do with that though. They don't have no say.
I'm not talking. I know she ain't got no say. I'm just saying because she traditionally published, but they did.
Right. But they knew
Girl,
what they were doing. It's
like
all
the
about marketing.
cover is identical to like the whole scheme, but it's like a flower and it's blood dripping on it, and it's blood dripping
Oh, I
through the
know what
bag.
you're talking about. I've seen that cover, yes.
Yeah, so like it's so probably because it looked just like Twilight's cover.
I know exactly. Is it like a white flower with blood falling off of it?
Oh, you DNF'd both? After the third. How long is this series? You said it's
I'm only getting the first one because I'm curious now.
I don't know how many it is. I'm curious. Like Crave one. I see the
You know
legacy.
what? I said that out loud. I'm actually going to challenge myself to write a romance. I just see,
Yeah.
I like paranormal stuff. I like paranormal fantasy. And I don't usually write, like, trust. I have some that, obviously, even in Shattered, there's some romance, but it's not a romance book. And then most of the stuff I write is adult content. And what I mean by adult, I mean
I
over
see
18.
three. Wait, how many is it?
Not what other
Wait,
people mean for
how many
adult. But
books is
it
it?
could be
It's six books? Wait, I think it's six books.
Crave. I gotta check it
Crave,
out. I like that title too, Crave.
Crave, Crush, Convent, Court, Charm, Cherish.
Oh shoot, I love that. I love when people do that.
They're not out. Oh yeah, Cherish comes out in 23. Charm Court came out this year. Two came out in 2020. And then one
Are they
came out in
short or
21.
something?
I don't know if they're short or not. I'd have to go physically
I'm gonna
check.
go look. Like seriously, I'm getting one today.
So I don't
I got.
know.
I'm just.
I'm a little curious if it's like Twilight, even though I do not read YA. Like it's just not mature enough for me in most cases. So um Vixen said,
I'm,
yeah, I want to read the first book out of curiosity, right? So
she said what? Yeah, me too. Like I
yeah, I'll
now
probably check
do.
it
I
out.
want to get
But
it.
I'm like, I don't know. I'm really on the fence about
If it's on the
YA
Kindle, I'm
though.
getting
I
it.
don't read YA. But
So
I
much I said.
maybe
What did you-
maybe I'll check it out. I don't know. Because wasn't Twilight under new adult?
No, I don't think so. I think it was always YA.
Was it the series couldn't have possibly stayed under YA though?
I don't know because Harry Potter started off as middle grade and it
Yeah,
went
I
to
know it grew up. Harry Potter's a grow up series, so I
yeah,
know.
which
But
is I like that
I
too.
can't remember if Twilight did because it got more serious. So I don't see that staying YA.
Mm.
They did eventually have sex, and they were older adults. They weren't even like. So
I
I
don't know. You might
imagine.
be right. I
I
don't
never
know. That's
checked. I
I
never checked.
absolutely don't know.
The first book might have been YA, but I don't think they counted the rest
Because
of them as
Percy Jackson
YA.
is middle grade too.
I know
And then
Percy
when they
Jackson
made
is
the
middle grade.
movie, I love Percy Jackson. And then
Yeah,
when they did the movie, they YA'd it.
right.
They made
So
him
I mean, that's
older.
a
Which
grow up
again, I
series.
don't mind. I don't mind the changes that were made. Don't get me wrong.
I don't. Oh, well, this first book looked kind of thick. I see a chick holding it. What the what?
Now, see, I like Anne Rice too, but Anne Rice can be very verbose. If you want to know the description of a rose and it takes 5 pages to tell it, just prepare yourself for that.
Yeah, I got all Anne Rice books, so I know how she write. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that they were doing a television version of Percy Jackson where they're going to actually make him look the way he's supposed. He had like a more of
Look,
a
look, look,
Mediterranean look
look, look,
and
look,
make him
look, look.
younger.
Charlie said, "Haha, don't say I didn't warn you."
I know. I saw.
Well, the main character is a gargoyle.
I'm gonna love that right off the
Book?
bat. One of my favorite.
Okay, I mean
One of
that's
my favorite
cool. That's
monsters.
intriguing. I'm going to read Anne Rice's books, and then I can enjoy the combo with the traditional vampires. Yeah, I mean
Charlie,
Anne
I don't
Rice.
know if you ever caught one of my shows when I was talking about Bianca de Mouton, but that book that I'm writing, and it is the only YA series I have, she's a human, but nobody else is human.
They're
Yeah,
making DL saying that they're rebooting Percy Jackson. They're making a TV
yeah, I heard
series.
about
I
that.
don't know if it's a reboot, but I guess the writer was getting on people because he was like he getting mad because he got mad and he came at people because they were complaining because the girl female in the story, like Athena's daughter or whatever she is,
Mm.
she's being played by a black actress, right? And the people's losing their mind because she's described as not in the book, and he said I picked her. That's what's happening because when I wrote the first book and the first movie came out, and they were talking about, you know, they said that his whole entire cast was like Caucasian or whatever, and he was like, "Yeah, you're right. I didn't think about that." So then the next one, it was
Yeah,
like,
but he had a problem with the casting though on that too, because you got to
right,
remember Percy is of Mediterranean descent,
right, exactly, and it was like,
and then
"Oh,
they
that
made
made him
him
a white
like
guy."
they had no
Right,
color to him, and the
right.
person
I
who
was
played
like,
him.
just so we're
But I
clear.
wasn't mad about that because again, they picked actors to play
Right.
parts
But if
of
people want to
characters that
make the
don't exist.
argument and start trying to say something like they're like, "Oh well, this is based off the Greek gods," and the kids like Greeks aren't white.
Well, they did the
So
same thing to J.K. Rowling. I hate to say her name out loud. They did the same thing to her when they did the play adaptation for
I know.
the stuff, and then they hired that woman to play Hermione,
Yes, he
and she
did
was a
pick the
black
girl. I
woman, and
know.
then people lost their mind. They was like, "What are you talking about?
Yeah,
This
they
is
need to
a
calm
woman
down.
doing a job."
Yeah, but then they'll try to say that the writer just like trying to be woke, and then the writer. If listen, this is the way I feel about it. If the writer said it, it doesn't matter when the writer said it,
Hmm.
later or not. It's what they said. It's their world. They can do whatever they want. So take a seat.
Can I tell y'all something? I've always wanted to say this. I've only said it one other time out loud.
Mm.
I've read Harry Potter, right? First
That's
book,
a
I'm
little
into the
hard to
book.
do,
Wait a minute.
Charlie, because of them not. I'm
I
sorry,
read it.
for them not being able to work more than 4 hours. That's why they don't. Anyway, go ahead.
So I read Harry Potter, the very first book. Now, while I'm reading Harry Potter, now hear my words, really hear me. I thought Hermione was black.
I know you thought that. I didn't.
Now, ask me why I thought Hermione was black, because the way they
I don't know.
described her with the the crazy wild hair and the this that and the third, I thought she was black.
You
I
funny.
just did. And then when they said she went somewhere, one of the books, and she went and she was getting tanned up, like 'cause her skin, she has fair skin. I'm like, black people do that too. At no point in time until the movie came out, when they hired Emma, who I love,
Yeah.
to play the part,
Mm.
and J.K. Rowling said she didn't, she loved Emma, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, but she said these children that they picked were too pretty to play her characters. And she said because she made them regular. And then she said, but I'm not arguing with them because I know how Hollywood works. And you want attractive kids up there doing whatever the heck. When I saw Emma, I went, oh, okay. And Emma is a blonde, in case people don't know that. And they dyed her hair brown, and they made it messy, but it wasn't the hair that I saw in the description of the
Yeah,
book.
because everybody gonna see what they see. I mean, I
So
didn't
when people
see.
started arguing and yelling and screaming about that, I was like, well, wasn't she always black? Maybe I got it
You,
wrong. Because I thought when they
but
were describing her, I knew Ron
I
was
don't.
pale with red hair.
Right, and then that's kind of like as a writer, I don't
I'm just
often mention
admitting, I thought she
race per se. Like I don't necessarily mention the race, but
but
if
she
like,
didn't either.
right, and that's what I'm saying. Like I do sometimes. I'll mention skin tone
Now,
specifically
sometimes you
because
can
I
call by
want
names.
to,
I mean, like Cho
but a
Chang,
lot of
which
times I
was
won't.
absolutely ridiculous that they named that character Cho Chang, but I'm going to let it go. But Cho Chang, you knew Cho Chang was going to be Asian.
Well, obviously,
You know that Finnerty was going to be Irish. There
obviously,
were some names that you
they
kind of
was
knew
just
what
going
you
to
was
do it with the
getting.
name thing. Yeah, but
But a
like
name like Potter,
these people are
that
attacking
don't
that girl
that's a
online.
job, like
So
a Mason and Baker and those kind of names. Those are names that belong to people based on their job. If you're a Potter, you're a Potter.
yeah,
So you ain't know with him. But
yeah.
I did. I thought Hermione Granger, honey. I mean, her name was friggin'
Well, you would,
Hermione
that's the way it works with
Granger.
reading
I thought she
books.
was black.
Bye,
Everybody laughed
Dio.
at me. Everybody laughed at me. I was like,
Well,
okay,
that's the way you saw her.
God makes black people in all kinds of shades. I ain't
Like
scared.
everybody, it could honestly she could have
So
been any
I just
race,
wanted
but
to say that because
everybody
everybody laughed
see
at
her the way you
me.
see the characters, and I didn't. I didn't. So it's kind of like everybody gonna see the cards where they see them, and then what's from the description that the writer gave, and that's kind of what happens, unless the
Oh my God,
cover has the
Charlie.
people on it,
You
But they,
talking about the little mermaid, Charlie? Let me tell you about a fight I got into.
oh no,
All right, first of all, Disney's Little Mermaid, you have this Ariel with the beautiful red hair and the thing, and she was doing whatever it is she was doing. She was living her life. So then when they said they were going to make a new version of, I mean, not a new version, a live version of Ariel, and everybody started screaming, and they said, well, she better still have red hair. She better. I said, if you read Hans Christian Andersen, Walt Disney and them changed his mermaid. So you can't tell Walt Disney now that he can't change it again because he already altered it. And people was plucking my nerve. This girl, I actually blocked her on Facebook. I grew up with the Little Mermaid, and the
oh
Little Mermaid
no,
was this, that, and the third, and she had the green eyes and she had the red hair. And I said, you grew up with Walt Disney's version of the Little Mermaid, and there's nothing
the
wrong with Walt Disney's version of
the
the
Little
Little Mermaid.
Mermaid, the
Nothing.
story of the Little
And
Mermaid been around for a
understand,
long time, so they need to
yeah, but
stop.
understand that the word version
They never seen the Asian
is in
one. They never
there.
they never seen the Japanese one. They never seen that
There's so
Japanese
many.
story.
So you've never seen the Russian one?
It's
It's
plenty of them.
so many
Every
versions.
culture has had the Little Mermaid, so just
Girl,
because you
the
missed it,
Russian
oh
one is
well.
scary though, for real. It's scary. But mermaids are scary, let's be for real. But the point I was trying to
A
make
mermaid
is
ain't human, so
the
it's all
Little
good.
Mermaid that Disney made, which was great, okay?
I
That they
haven't seen
made,
none of
the animated cartoon, which was great. It was what it
that one. I haven't seen.
was their version of the Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen. Their version. Therefore, you cannot get mad because when the next version comes out, that one don't just disappear. If you hate the new one, then hate the new one. You
Oh
still
yeah,
got the old one to look at. People
yes
act
you
like when
do.
they get remakes and all this other stuff and new adaptations that it kills the first one that they saw. People did that with Rocky Horror. Rocky
Yeah.
Horror Picture Show was a remake, the one everybody loves so much.
True,
That
true,
was a
true.
remake.
Yeah.
So are you kidding me? Yes, you love because honey, Tim Curry is the king of the world.
He's the
Okay,
king of the
he's the king of
world.
the world.
He
So
played the devil really good.
but
The
if you
legend.
watch the second one or the third or the fourth, because I don't even know which one it is, where my husband is in, Reeve Carney was in it, and you watched it and you hated it, guess what? The one with Tim Curry's still there.
You don't
It
get
don't
that.
erase it.
True.
So you don't get to argue. You get to say, "Ew, God, I did not like that version,"
I
and
just
then you get
don't
to
like that
move on.
time. I mean, you gotta
That's
look
what
at it.
kill
Nobody
me.
forcing you to.
That's what kill me
Guess
when
what I
people
do
do
when
that.
I don't want to see something? Guess what I do? I don't look at it. When the new Star Wars came out, and I'm a Star Wars fan. When the new Star Wars came out, and I saw what they were doing, and I saw that they said none of the books are canon, and Luke is going to die, and they're going
Oh,
to put this
shit.
chick right here, and this is what's going to happen, and she just magically knows how to use a lightsaber with no training, and she's the best thing that ever happened to the world. I was like, you know what? I'm not watching Star Wars anymore because you're just ruined the story for me. I don't want to watch this. I've been watching it forever. Guess what I did? I just didn't watch it. And I left it at that. I said my piece and I was out.
Keep
That's
out
it.
of
But
me. I
that's
just
me.
didn't watch it.
I just didn't watch it. I haven't looked at any of the new Star Wars, and I probably never will, because usually that's how I am. If I say I'm done with something, guess what? I'm done with it. And then that's it.
Charlie.
I don't even care. I'll be like, peace, and then I'm over it.
Wait a
That's
minute, Charlie. Charlie. And you know why they did that though?
mm,
They were trying to make a big deal. They didn't want to say they wanted their mermaid to still be white. So they just chose red hair to talk about. And so they feel real dumb because the actress playing Ariel has red hair.
yeah, that's pretty funny
So she
though.
still got the red hair. So what now you're gonna come out and say what you really meant to say?
That's what was
There was
funny. She did like they took the picture of her with the red hair, and I was like,
some moron, and when I say moron, I mean it at the true term of the word, went on Twitter, y'all. I hope everybody's sitting down, and said that it was impossible to have a brown mermaid because creatures in the sea can't be brown. I was like, is he making a joke? Or has he never seen aquatic creatures before? Is he joking? So of course Twitter, gotta love him. people started just throwing pictures after picture after picture of all kinds of aquatic creatures that were brown, and said, "Bruh, just say what you mean." He's talking about it was scientifically impossible to have a brown
Like, excuse
skinned
me, sir.
mermaid.
Please don't bring science into this because you don't
No,
know
no,
anything
it was
about science.
scientifically impossible to have a brown mermaid. I said it's scientifically impossible to be a mermaid.
Like, first off, mermaids aren't humans. Mermaids are fictional. When you meet one, let me know because
I would I
I'm not going
can't
to say
believe.
mermaids aren't real. I'm not going to say anything isn't real because just because I haven't come across it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But it obviously doesn't want anything to do with you. So I'm just saying.
Oh my
But
God. She
again,
said it was
aren't
scientifically
human. So
impossible.
when you get a human to play the fictional creature, that human could be any skin tone because you know what, humans, you're all fucking humans.
Mm.
So they got a human to play a mermaid. That's good.
They got a human to play a creature that don't exist.
Like,
I got into a
whatever.
similar argument when they did Titans, which by the way I love that show. When they made Titans and they hired I don't remember her name.
Whenever
They
anybody
hired,
black
but she was
plays
a black girl to
any
play the
character is
chick
always
from
a problem.
Cameron with a Starfire. When they hired the black girl to play Starfire, and everybody was losing their minds, they was like, "Well, she better have orange skin, and she better do this and have." And I was like, "Really? Are we really fighting about an actress?" Because if they would have hired a white girl to play her, would they have been screaming for her skin to be orange? Because
I
then so I
mean,
got them good. What's that girl name that played
they could make her orange. What's her name? The chick who played the alien in that's what's that freaking show? The freaking movie, the
talking about
superhero movie.
Avatar?
Not Avatar, not the blue people, but it's the one with Chris Pratt in it, and it has the green chick.
Oh, Gamora.
Right, and she is, I think, from the Dominic or whatever, or she's Colombian. She's from
Yeah.
Cuba or something, and she's green. They can make the anybody any color of the characters if that's the case. So I don't know why they was assuming
But
like,
no, no, no,
well,
no,
she was,
no. But that
you
was the
know,
point. They was the people. Okay, the girl Jennifer. I can't think of her name. She played with the bow and arrow chick.
yeah.
The what's that fucking show? I mean, movie. It was three movies. They when they put the kids against each other to kill each other to the last.
Oh yeah, yeah. Are you talking about
Hunger Games. It's Hunger
yeah,
Games.
Hunger
All right,
Games?
that
Yeah,
girl
MRPJ.
Jennifer. What's her name?
Yeah, Jennifer. I can't remember her
But
last
y'all
name,
know
but
who I'm
I
talking
love
about,
her.
right?
Yeah, I love her.
They hired her to play um the blue girl in. See, I'm losing all my memory because I'm getting mad. The blue girl in Mutants. What's
Oh,
that?
you talking Mystique. Mystique.
Mystique. Okay, they hired her to play Mystique,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I know.
And she killed it. She did a great job with it. Blah blah blah. Here you go. Did anybody start screaming and say, "Oh my God, she can't play Mystique"? Not one person.
No.
But when they hired the black girl to play Starfire,
That was to
everybody lost their
imply
mind.
somehow that the black girl couldn't be painted orange.
But they weren't going to make her orange. It wasn't
Yeah,
even
I
about that. It
know, but
was about the
that
fact.
would upset some comic book people because they didn't actually look
Comic
authentic.
book
But they did it with
people,
Mystique too, though. They
yeah,
did do it with Mystique because Mystique was like they did do eventually where they showed her as her, but Mystique
right.
can
But Mystique does
copy
that all the
anyway,
time.
right?
Mystique
But
imitates
so
people. She's a
if
mimic.
she was actually more blue, she was more blue, and they made her like reptilian looking, which isn't really Mystique,
But,
but
but
you
that wasn't
know.
even the point. The point was if they would have hired a black actress for that part,
Nah, they
people
still
would have
lost their
lost their
mind.
minds.
Nah, they lost
And
their
I
mind.
said, this is
I mean,
the
when they
part
first
where
did with
you
Catwoman,
know,
they lost their mind, and Catwoman's been black and white the whole entire time Catwoman has existed.
right? But it just made
It
me.
always was two different Catwomen, and it was like they've been never
It's
great,
way
so
more than two.
they need
But
to relax.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is nobody lost their minds when
They
Jennifer
they
got hired
won't.
for that job.
Like they won't.
Nobody.
They won't.
Nobody said, "Oh my God, how could she play Mystique? She isn't blue."
Look, every time I'm sorry, but I'm
Nobody.
laugh every single time they get a black actress or a black actor, male or female, and they black, and they get them to play a part, and people get up and lose their mind. I'm
But
laughing
they
every
never say
single
why they
time.
really losing their mind, and that's the part. Like I like people to go, "Oh no, I don't want her to play that part because
They not going to
my
do that.
character that
They're
I'm used to
not.
looking at
They're
is
not going to
white,
do
and this girl isn't." I would have more respect for that
They not
than for
gonna
people to
say
start
that.
going, but her
They
hair
don't say
isn't
that.
red. Her
But
skin
they
isn't
not.
red.
They try to beat around it. But some people will say it. But they gonna mostly beat around the bush.
Or no,
I
or
laugh every time.
scientifically explain why the person can't be played by a black person. Scientifically, there are no brown creatures in the water.
I'd be like, whatever. First off, you just don't want the black actors or actor, whatever, a black actor to play the part because they black. And we all know, like, every time it happens, I laugh. I don't care what situation it is, I'm laughing. You know why? Because Hollywood has been white for a long time.
But I told the girl who I was arguing with, who I had to shut her down because I just can't take it no more. And what I was mad about was you're blatantly being racist about this, but you're too
And
much
trying
of
to
a coward
pretend
to
that you're
admit it.
not.
See, I don't care that if you didn't like her because she was black, but don't pretend that that's not the reason why.
Oh, the closet racist. You gotta love them.
Yeah, that's why I got mad with her. That's why I blocked her because then she was saying,
And then
"Well, at the end of the day, I know she better still have red hair because my Ariel has red hair." I said, "Girl, black, my son has red hair, so I guess he can play Ariel."
facts.
I said a straight up
Look,
redhead.
it's like that. The writer for the Percy Jackson, he was like, I hope you all know you're being racist. So because he was like, he shut him down, man. I was laughing. I was like, good, I'm glad,
And see,
because
that's the thing
ridiculous.
when the writer
And that's
says
the little
something.
girl they up there talking about like that real bad online. She got attacked. He already prepared her for it. He said they're going to probably attack you because I picked you, and it's going to probably happen. But she
I didn't know
still
anything
has
about this. I'm
feelings.
glad y'all told me.
Yeah, she has feelings. Like, so stop it. And she's a child, so quit it. Like, she's not
Well, how
probably
about
12, but she's probably like 14 or something,
do
15.
you remember the Jurassic Park series when on the third one, I believe, when Jeff Goldblum's daughter showed up? And they hired that little black girl to play his daughter without
Yeah,
any kind of an explanation. I loved that they never explained it.
yeah, that was pretty cool.
I loved it. I said, so how does he have a daughter that's black? Common sense. Okay, read a book. Her mother is
Because he
black.
can. Because he can. Like,
And
why do you give a fuck?
I loved it. And she
Yeah, that was
got
pretty cool.
hired because she was an aerialist and she could do the job.
Yeah.
She got the job because they gave the job to the best actress.
That's the way they should
And
do it. So it's
and
just
that's how it
like,
should be.
it's this bunch of bulls. It's still Hollywood bull. It's going to be Hollywood probably forever because that's how they run things.
Which is
And,
why I like
you
that
know,
there are lots of independent studios now
but
doing
thank
their
goodness
thing.
that there are. So every time that they do hire somebody as a character, because I think it's funny, these same people always want to roar so loud when they say, "Oh, well, this character wasn't black," and then they're making the character black and they're trying to be woke and blah blah blah. But when do we draw the line when we know someone's trying to use that and be woke, and you saying that they shouldn't even make the character be this or
You
that
know
because
what?
that?
You know what though? I'm gonna say this, and it's not a very popular opinion. I actually don't care because the people in Hollywood, their bottom line will always be what's going to get me the most money.
They
Or
don't care about
I
none of
can
your
use the
issues,
fact
though. They
I
don't.
can use the fact that yeah, we can be woke and then make this money. I said, you know why I don't
That's
care?
all they care about.
Because as long as I get to see people, women, all genders, all goddamn sexualities, all this, that, and the third, for whatever their underlying reason is, right now, I'm not going to care. Because once the people start seeing more of the people who look like them and who are like them, is what is the most important to me. And so I said, I'm gonna let all those things go.
Well,
And
we already
say,
know what the deal
thank
is.
God Superman is a black female
Like,
homosexual with dyslexia.
people
Thank God.
people
I am.
people won't
I'm
ever
just gonna be
people
happy.
won't ever let it go. They're gonna. I think it's funny because you look like a fool when you scream about that, the Little
Mm-hmm.
Mermaid being black. But when the Prince of Persia movie came out and every single person in the cast was white with dirt on their faces, no one complained it though. There was not one Middle Eastern, one Arabic person, no one of the race that's based on this story was
Mm-hmm.
in that movie. And they always get that bald old dude to play Middle Eastern people when he is white as day. So no one cares about that though. But
No,
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 no
no,
one cares.
Danny.
That's fine. We can play everyone. What? They have a black person playing this role that
But
should
see,
have
and
been
I
white.
wouldn't care. I
No.
wouldn't care if it was across the board where it all
But it's
happens no
not.
matter
It's
what.
always
But it's
unfairness, what they
always
always
white.
do. But no
It's,
one's complaining about that.
it's
That's what I'm
okay to be
saying.
a white person and play anybody, but it's not okay to be
Apparently,
a person of color and
and
play
play
anybody.
anyone.
Because other than that, I swear I wouldn't care. Like I
Yeah, but they
really
cool.
wouldn't.
They're cool with white people playing parts that are obviously certain race of people. You can't be the Prince of Persia
If you're not Persian.
and you're not Persian. You don't even
But
look
no,
Persian.
Danny, the
No
best
one
argument and the best fight.
how many actors are that race? Of, like, just pick anybody from the Middle East would have been better than that. Like the entire fucking
Yeah,
cast is just white,
but there are
majority
plenty of
white
Persian
people.
actors too. But no, my best fight that I ever got in,
Yeah.
that I truly love the fact that I get to win it, was when people started talking about the stuff that was going on with the X-Men and my Uncle Stan. And my Uncle
Oh my
Stan
goodness, right.
dropped a bomb on everybody's head
They
because
stupid if they didn't know that
when
already.
he made, Professor X and, oh my God, what's the other one, Magneto. He
Yeah.
based them after Martin Luther King
Yeah.
and Malcolm X.
Yeah, I already knew
Okay,
that.
he based them after that. But
Yeah.
when they got drawn up, they didn't
Mhm.
look anything like those two characters, those
Yeah,
two
well he
people. They didn't
ain't
look like those two people,
yeah.
but that's who they were based after.
Yeah.
And so he was mad. Of course, he was mad. He was
Yeah,
mad
because
about
that's
that.
not what I envisioned. That's not what I
But he
said.
didn't have no say over that.
Of course.
And the bottom line was, if he would have made that, if they would have both been drawn black,
Yeah.
then it wouldn't have got published.
Well, of course not.
It wouldn't have happened. So he said he based a lot of his characters, on people of color. I mean, come
Mhm.
on, the man name is Professor X.
I
I
mean,
mean,
it's
now, and
it
then the
happens
other
in
one is
every industry.
Magneto.
It's a thing in every industry with it, sadly to say. And the video game
But he
industry
was
is not any
alive and he
different
was able
either.
to say it though, and that's the
Yeah.
difference. When everybody was cussing and damning,
I mean, a lot of these people
he
do get to
told
say it
them,
eventually,
nope,
but they don't care. They're going to keep doing what they're doing, and then people who are like the fans of these things will you can say what you want, you can feel what you want, but I would wish you would stop being a coward.
that's
You
my
say
only
what you
thing.
really mean. Say what you really mean. Like
That's my
I
only
said what
thing.
I really meant about Star Wars when I said it. I was like, I don't want to see this because it's not what Star Wars was, and you're missing the point. Because the whole reason, I know you're trying to feed off a trend that you feel is a trend, Hollywood and Disney, and you wanted to go and you wanted to make the main character female, and you made sure that the guy she was with was black, and you went to this whole spiel of what you were doing. We saw what you were doing. You don't really care about any of the issues that exist that you're pertaining to because you're worrying about money because you're a company. So you took Star Wars and you tore it apart and you destroyed characters that's been around for a long time. Just so we're clear, Star Wars has always had powerful women. You didn't do nothing new. You just destroyed the story, made it stupid. Always had powerful Jedi females, women, alien. This it's a freaking science fiction in space. Doesn't really have a problem with racial issues because it's aliens with big eyes and arms and legs like coming out their heads and stuff. So I think like your skin tone when you got green, orange, and pink people is kind of irrelevant. Okay, so it's like them trying to like turn Star Wars into this whole bull that they turned to. I was like, you know what? I don't need nobody preaching to me because I live it every day. So you're not teaching me nothing, Disney. So I was like, I'm not watching this because it's not even going to reflect the story. It's going to be a bunch of junk, and it's junk.
And see, I'm the
So
opposite. I'm
I
the
will
opposite
honestly say it
of,
out loud, though. I'll say what I
right,
feel
no,
and
and
why I'm gonna listen
that's
to
the
something.
difference because people be like, no, blah blah blah. No, but I'm the opposite as far as, see, when the underlying reason for why they do this shit, they not fooling nobody.
Well,
But I
fooling some people.
still am real happy to see girls and people of color.
Ain't nothing to see though when it's already been done.
I'm
Aphrodite,
just
like
saying,
Star Wars is nothing new. They took an IP that existed and
I
did
don't
nothing
like Star
new.
Wars at all.
Yeah, but it's I know, but it's like nothing new. Star Wars has
Sorry out there,
always
I'm not putting Star
been
Wars down, just not my thing.
diverse. Star Wars is diverse. It always has. It had black people, white people, Asian people. Star Wars has always been diverse. Like every looking type of people,
Star
it was
Trek,
always been in
that's
the
my jam.
universe. They wasn't doing nothing new. They should have made something different or something to try to make their point or whatever the case may be. They didn't really do that. It was just a money cash grab for them. So and
It's
Disney didn't want to
always
pay. They didn't
it's
want to pay the writers.
always a cash grab.
Duh, and Disney didn't want to pay writers. That's what that was,
Oh, I
because all the
know.
different writers that wrote the
Writers
books,
always get shit on, by the way,
of
everybody. People don't
course,
know. I
they
lived in
always do.
Hollywood for 3 years, and
They
my
don't care
whole
about writers. They
purpose
treat
of
you
being
like
in
crap.
Hollywood was to be a writer in Hollywood. And trust
Mm.
The nicest thing they do for a writer, and that's if they do it, is
Mm.
that you get credit for writing it. Other than that, you get shit on,
Yeah, if you get credit for
and
writing it.
that's if you get credit.
Yeah, they might try to steal your
If
shit
you
straight
get
up.
credit, but that's an altogether different animal.
You already know. But
It's an
anyway,
animal. Well,
so
because I
we
was
talked
talking to my
for.
god sister today, and like on the subject of, because she said, "Why did I wait so long to publish Shattered?" She ain't talking about the other one, but Shattered.
Mm,
And I said, I didn't wait so long. It took that long
it takes
because
a long
I was
time.
told early off nobody's going to want to read a book about a black girl that's the lead character.
Oh, brother.
Nobody's going to want to hear this, that, and the third. That everything. I literally was in college because again, Shatter ain't a new book.
No.
I changed stuff in the book, like I took out pagers and phone booths. Okay, just give you an idea how old the story is,
Right there.
and added cell phones and shit like that. But other than that, Shatter already existed. And my professor was like, if you make her the lead, no one's going to publish the book. Now, I could have instantly just been mad with him for saying that, but in all honesty, he told the damn truth.
He was being honest about
He
the
was being
industry.
honest.
About the industry, that's
He
right.
was being honest. If I would have made Chase the book about Chase and made him the lead character, I would have had a better chance. Now that's disgusting.
Mm.
So we're talking now. I'm in my 20s. I'm finishing up college. I have this book and plenty of other books. I didn't let it stop me from writing. The hell yeah, I couldn't do this, that, and the third because there was no independent publishing outside of vanity presses.
Yep.
If you did a vanity press, all that meant is that your words got turned into a book. That was it. You had to buy like 1,000 of them. You had to come out your pocket with six, seven, eight, nine, $10,000 to do
Yep.
it.
That.
Then they ship you your book, and
And you
then
gotta sell them all.
5,000 books, and
Yep.
what you got to go out on the highway and sell them or whatever because you're still not in a bookstore.
Yep.
You're still not. You're not remotely published
Yep.
because, but your book exists.
Yep.
So then I was like, and I'm gonna say this: I thank the gods every day that I didn't have the money. Sorry, y'all, my voice is definitely trying to leave. I didn't have the money to do it because I wanted my book so bad
I know.
that
I
I would
would have
have
done it.
paid that money.
All that crazy money.
I'd have paid that money to hold that book in my hand. I
Yep.
would have. And so then move a little bit more forward, and then you still got traditional publishing, obviously, but then you started getting the what do you call them? I always call them the buy publishers. The ones that what is it called when you can
Talking about hybrid, like the hybrid.
hybrid? Yeah, so then you
Hmm.
have the hybrid people where yeah, we'll publish you, and yeah, we'll do this, and yeah, we'll do that, and it might cost you a little bit of money, but blah blah blah. So you
Hmm.
had that, and I was like, I could go that route. And just as I'm ready to try to embark on the hybrid part, is when I found out, and this was like 6, 7, 8 years ago, I don't remember exactly, about independent publishing on my own. And it
Yep.
never occurred to me, start a publishing company of your own, publish your own darn book. But
Yep.
when I decided to do that, I lawyered up real quick. I went and found out everything I had to do, got all the stuff right that I had to do in Maryland. Meanwhile, I'm steady writing books. So instead of me having a published book at 17 when I wrote this book, how old was I? 55 when Shatter came out? Something like that,
Yep.
55,
Yep.
56.
Mm.
56 years old before my book actually saw the light of day.
That's the way it works
And how about
sometimes.
this? The book did amazing. And if anybody would have taken a chance on me back then, it probably would have been even more amazing because they got the mouth to be able to put shit out.
But
I did all this shit by myself and still pulled it off. And this book's still selling. It's still selling. So apparently they were wrong that people do want to see other people as leads. I would
yes, of
never
course
write
they
a
do.
book that does not
That time
include.
period too that you was in was the issue too. So
Yeah,
now, like, if you
it
want that
was
out, of
because
course
that's
people
why
want to
you
read
get
it.
those authors. That's why you get those J.K. Rowlings and E.L. Jameses because they don't want you to know that they are girls. And I'm putting
Yeah,
my
that's the way the
name.
industry
I got a
was.
dumbass name, and I want it on the book.
the industry would do that a lot with like the female writers. Like they tell them, no, you gotta let's abbreviate your thing because you don't want people to know for sure right now.
Unless you're writing romance, and then it goes the other way.
Yeah,
But
of
then the
course.
dudes who were writing romance, they changed their names. They'd be like
That's why you said like when
Elizabeth
people see like
Newman.
I put DL Tillery, like it's not because I give a what anybody thinks about what my sex is.
Right? Yeah, I know that. But
Yeah, I know, but other people are gonna think that though. But I'm like, no, because my
yeah,
name is
but
long
that
and it
was just
wouldn't fit.
industry. That was just industry standard practice to hide
Yeah,
gender.
yo,
That's all it was,
stupid.
and it wasn't actually. It was a good ass idea
Well,
because
yeah,
it
actually,
worked.
because people,
Because
stupid
it
to be
worked, and you
surprised.
got your books read, and then
You
people
just
found
gotta
out.
work your shit.
You
So
go, like I said, that episode I saw on Oprah when the guy walked out there. It was only one guy, and then like these four other writers, and they were all women, and they were all romance writers, and they're like, "Hi, I'm Becky Lou Simmons. Hi, I'm Joan of Arc, or whatever their names were." Then you get to him, he goes, "Hi, I'm Elizabeth Amber," and
that's funny.
I was like, everybody
Ooh.
just went
Yeah, because you want to write
because
romance,
he
and they're
knew
like,
if
it's
he
not gonna
wanted
sell
to
as a
write
dude.
romance, he had to have a woman's
Had to have a
name.
female name. Yeah,
Yep.
that's his pen.
Yep. And I
I
said
love.
I learned a lot from that kind of stuff. But I actually am grateful that no
Mm-hmm.
one owned the rights to my book but me.
Exactly.
I really am. I'm grateful. And then when independent publishing got shat on, and it kind of deserved it, in the beginnings, because people like me who knew how to write didn't know how to do anything else. So we did a lot of stuff wrong.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of people who went before us that did a lot of stuff incorrectly, but they didn't know any better.
Everybody got to
And
learn. Yeah.
now, honey, your stuff can look, you can stand next to a book in a bookstore. Because hello, my book get to be in a bookstore.
Yeah.
Okay, I wouldn't have known that 15 years ago. I wouldn't have did that correctly 15 years ago.
Yeah. So you
So I'm
sometimes the
grateful for
time happens
that.
when it's ready to happen.
Right. I'm grateful for now.
So
Like I would have loved to been a younger, more accomplished writer. I would have loved it. But they were too busy narrowing me down. And you say, well, there are plenty of black women who have books out. Yeah, of course there are. But there are more that are not.
yeah.
And because of the kind of story I wanted to tell, I wasn't telling a story about the black woman experience. I was telling a story about a girl who happened to be black. I wasn't telling a story about her being black.
Yeah, that
And that's the
wasn't the
difference.
points of the story.
That's the difference. I got people say, well, you write this and you write the other thing. I said, well, I have books with men in them and I've never been a man. And I still managed to figure
Most of
out
my
how to write
characters
a man.
are male, so
I
I
will
don't
always
not a
have
dude.
diverse characters. Always. I always will. I will never write something that isn't diverse. But it is not written to be like, oh, I need to be diverse. It's
Yeah,
because everybody fucking exists.
yeah,
I'm not excluding. I'm not going to be that person. But what I will do that's more on the oh you're playing favorite sides. What I will do is always have a black female lead. Always. Every book I write, and the reason why is because there aren't a lot. Plain and simple.
that's crazy. That's
You
so
don't
funny.
have black female leads in fantasy and paranormal. So I'm always going to do that. Always. I
My
will
characters are always probably look like me. My characters always are.
blend it.
They are, and that's just the way it is. Because why wouldn't I write what I write? What I am, write what I know, and that's what white writers were doing forever.
And
They were
not giving,
writing
and no
what
one
they
was saying
are
anything to
and
them.
what they know.
Right. And I
So
don't think that's wrong.
no, it's not. It's not wrong. I'm not even bringing up for that because I know that that's what they know. So I'm like, I'm going to write what I know and based from who I am. So that's probably what you're going to get as far as that. Because everybody in my stories are like creatures and usually not human, or at least not from our world we know.
Well,
So
most of my characters aren't humans, but my humans definitely are diverse.
yeah,
Plain
so
and
it's
simple.
gonna be always gonna be diverse, and that's what I would write. So that makes sense though to me. So it's like
Mm. But you
don't
know what?
worry. If
Our world,
you want to see something, you do it.
but Danny, your world is diverse. My world is diverse. A lot of people, a lot of white people's worlds are not.
That's why I said they writing what
Right,
they
they write what
know
they know.
and what
Right.
they see. So I'm not faulting them for that. The
Oh no,
industry,
I was agreeing with you.
no, I know you are. I'm just saying I'm not faulting them when I talk about it. I'm not faulting them for that because that's how it is. But the industry, however, was faulted because
Mm-hmm.
they wanted to make sure it kept it that way.
True.
The gatekeeping. A lot of the
Yeah.
rules that exist was in order to keep people of color out of it.
It's
So
so sad because it's so absolutely juvenile. Because
it's
the
very
last time I
juvenile
checked, every last one of us were human.
facts, but
I
humans
mean,
being
I
human.
don't know for sure about Stewie. Stewie might not be all that human, but the rest
Oh,
of us,
sometimes I don't feel like it because humans get on my
the
nerves
rest
so
of us
bad. So
are
I
human.
wonder if I'm one of them. But yeah, before we get any more serious, everybody, we're going to go ahead and we're going to step out because it is now 11:30, and we have went well over the time we were going to end.
Yeah,
But
I know because we always get into discussions, and
we
I
did have
think
good discussions though. We did have
yeah,
good
because it
discussions
just
though.
people make me so angry and so sad
I know
because
humans
it's like
though,
it's so easy to just
but
to tell a story.
no. As far as I'm concerned, and the way I see it is, I think it's if white writers are going to write characters that are white. That is fine. Stop telling them that they
Yeah,
have to write characters of other races. If you want to write and see characters of your race or people like you or of other races or other sexual orientations, do it.
just like my
I don't need to tell
friend,
no one to write people that's like me. Guess what I do? I write what I want to see.
just like
Simple as
my
that.
friend said to me 20 years ago, be the change you want to see.
Facts. And that's
Be
what
the
I
change
do.
you want to see. Because I don't think it's fair, and I mean this with all my heart, to tell anybody what to do.
Yeah. Because then
So,
you gonna become very hypocritical.
in defense of all writers,
Mm-hmm.
write the story you want to write.
Yep.
Right? Tell the tale you want to tell. Put the people in it you want in it. I do
Yep.
not agree with other people outside of you telling
Mm-hmm.
you how to write your tale. If everybody in your book is blonde hair, blue eyed, red hair, this, that, and the third, and that's what you wanted to do,
Then that's
then
fine.
congratulations on you finishing your book.
Right.
But if,
Exactly.
but
Stop telling people what they
I'm
need to
not going to
do.
read it, but I give you all my love if you write it.
Yeah.
Because I am only going to read stuff that I know has some diversity in it.
And see, when I was growing up, I did not. When I picked up a book, a fantasy book, because I was always reading fantasy and fiction and stuff like that. In my head, I never thought, oh, this character looks like me. I never thought, what race is this character? It wasn't even relevant to me. But I grew up like my parents would make sure they took us like when we well in Maryland, so we used to go to Orange Mills, which was very diverse. It was
Well,
like
yeah, because
you
Maryland
would
is a
see
melting
mixed
pot.
couples, you would see a husband and wife, one would be black, one would be Asian, you would see a couple, one was white, one was black, and you see one was white, you see white and white. You would see all different types of people together, and it's not being so that's why we would go to movie theaters in that area because you would see that you would see mixed children, you would see mixed people, you would see that's what we would see. So I grew up seeing that, and I didn't think about race growing up. It wasn't something I was thinking about until it
And
was
no
brought into my
kid
face.
does. No kid
Until
does. I used to
but
read
until
books
people
as
bring
a
it to them.
child. Like when I read books as a child,
Hmm.
if the book didn't say what the child looked like,
Right.
I always imagine me and my friends as I'm reading
Right. I
along.
mean, I didn't, but that's just me though.
No, that's my
But
brain works that way.
everybody like
Yeah.
imaginations are different. But I'm like, I just didn't think
If they
about it.
didn't
So
describe the child
right, if they
or the
didn't, because sometimes
character,
they would. But even as
honey, you don't know
a
how many times I've been Little Red Riding Hood.
oh my goodness, you funny.
I'm just being
I
honest.
even as a young adult though, it's still I was still naive and innocent in some ways in my early 20s. I still read fiction novels, never thought about it. Not once did I say or think about it. Even when they described the characters, it was irrelevant. I did not care. I cared about the story being good. So it's never been in my head to even
Mhm.
think about it. And
Oh,
to this
really?
day,
Yeah, that's exactly me.
I still don't really care so much, but I care to the point that I know now what they were doing. I see what they were trying to put out. It affected a lot of other people differently. So
Mm.
I can see what they were trying to do, trying to keep this and trying to make people
But
think
it's
that people are like
erasure.
this and that.
It's
It
totally erasure.
obviously. So I knew it was. I mean, I know now. When I got my 30s, I knew what they were doing, trying to do. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
told you
it's
this before. I was
mm,
very, even as old as I am,
mm,
I was very lucky growing up.
yeah.
Very. Everything
Not
about my
everybody
world
is,
was
but I
diverse.
think
I
I
did
was
not
too myself.
understand the difference until it got pointed out to me
Yeah,
when I was 12 years old, and I got the rude awakening kind of
I
thing.
started seeing it around that time too, but it was because of people out in the world. When I would go out with my father or something like that, and somebody would point out his skin tone or something like that to me, and I did when I was younger. I thought that like, oh, my skin tone was like, because in my neighborhood we was like a lot of mixed people and like really light skinned people, and then my dad was very dark skinned because he was, he was Cherokee
My mom is
native, but
dark
West
skinned.
Indian too. But
Yeah, my
my
mom is
dad was very dark skinned
got the
because his
prettiest
father.
skin you ever want to see. She's like
Right. But it's
super
like,
dark.
I thought, okay, my dad, I was like, I said, I was very naive. I was like little, but this is a kid's mind. I was like, Daddy, do you feel bad because you're black and we're white?
I know when you told me that the first time.
Girl, I was crazy, but I was like 4 or something. And you on TV, you saw what you saw, and then like, so I was like, and dad was like, baby, you're black too, right? Like that, right? And I was like, no, I'm not. I'm like, what, are you confused or something? Like,
Like,
I was like,
poor
he was the one that's confused,
daddy.
because obviously light skinned people, we're considered whites with that, whatever that was, what I heard, and then my dad was dark skinned, so he was black, I guess. So it's like the confusion that they give children with the systemic racism that they always putting in cartoons, and they put it in everything. They
They
was in order to
did.
keep systemic racism going. They start when they are children,
I
breeding
saw a
that and making
cartoon.
sure,
I'm
like,
gonna find it and send it to you. I saw this cartoon. I burst out crying. I was
girl,
like, I
all
cannot
the cartoons
believe
was
that they
racist when
put.
I was like,
I
oh, that's why
can't
a good thing
believe
I
that
was
they
watching
made this
anime because it
cartoon
wasn't
and
racist.
for children to watch. Like, really, I just burst
All
out
the
crying.
cartoons was racist, dude. All of them.
This was so
Bugs
bad, y'all.
Bunny, all of them were.
It was a Bugs
All of
Bunny one
them.
too. It was
All of them
bad.
were Elmer Fudd, super racist, literally saying direct racist
Oh my
stuff
god, yep.
and acting like it's okay and teaching that to little children because that was their whole point and their whole reason to breed systemic racism. Because the only way systemic racism works is if you get the people who is against to believe it as well.
Hmm.
So it's like that is terrible that type of thing was, but I grew and up into the concept that I wasn't really seeing the race thing. I didn't even think about it or like like, oh, we should be over here with these people and these people should be over here. It wasn't a thing, and even to
See,
this day
but
when
the
I
thing
read a
is,
book,
like, by the time I was about 9 or 10, there wasn't like I saw race,
yeah,
but it wasn't. Oh, she's she's Native American. Oh, he's Irish American. And the reason
right,
why I'm being specific like that is because
mm.
when I went to school, we would celebrate these things.
Yeah. See, I didn't
So
go.
if
I
you
was
came to
homeschooled, so I got to
school,
be away
and if
from
it
it.
was
So
like, because we had a big Native American population in our school, and
right,
then those Native Americans were from different tribes. So
yeah,
we learned some stuff. You hear me? And they would come. They like their parents would come, and we would do this, and then we would get the German kids, and then
yeah.
we would learn this, that, and the third. We go the Polish kids, the African kids.
I think that's more
I am
interesting
telling
to
you again, I
interact
had
with
a
us.
very blessed
I didn't unfortunately
youth.
get that. I was homeschooled and my parents did not talk about race. My mom never talked about race. My dad did not talk about race. My dad did not talk about his culture until like I found out more when he died. Like they did not. They just did not mention
My
it.
parents did.
But the
Because,
problem
but
was
you know where
that
it came from, though. You know what? No, where it stemmed from initially, where the conversations came from,
mm,
was both of my parents have. Well, it's still Abrahamic. They have different religions,
yeah, that could be a thing.
and so the talks came up in that respect. Sean, I'll call you right back. So it came up like that because my mom is Jewish. We
Right.
lived in a very Jewish home, loved it. And I used to joke, like when I got to college, and people just look at you and assume, right? And so I get to college, and I was like, nah, I have a very Jewish mother who will not approve if I do X, Y, Z. And they would laugh at me because they think I'm making a joke, right? And so, but my father is Muslim, and where they clashed. But they
Lord.
were more alike than, unalike. And then
Right.
these two people put
Mm.
us through private school, and
Yeah.
our beginning education was Catholic
Which is
private
funny.
school, which also Abrahamic, because it's still an Abrahamic religion,
Yeah.
also has some similarities, but where it's different is different.
Yeah.
And because of those factors, they had to talk about stuff like race.
Yeah.
And my father, and he wasn't the most, um, what's the nicest way to put this? He really didn't care for many people. Okay,
Well, yeah.
he was highly prejudiced.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
But the difference between my father and other people I've come across as prejudiced,
Yeah.
my father didn't do that thing because he didn't hate anybody. My father didn't do that thing where um, black people good, white people bad, or the other way around, or Asian people this, that. He taught us the culture. And then
Mm.
he said, it's up to you how you feel about it. Now,
Right.
he made how he felt about it known. And for a long time, I really thought my father just hated white people. And I felt like he hated white people mainly because he's a white people who, oh, I don't know, everybody know that. My father's mixed. Mainly because he grew up not being good enough for either race.
Right.
And then it's like you have to choose which one you're going to go with and then go with it. And so my father, I always felt like he was, let me say hated white people. He was anti-white. And I always thought that he was just anti-white. Well, how can you
Yeah.
be for women like my mother who was
Well,
pro everybody?
I I think it's the
And so,
more the
but it
time
wasn't, I
period
was
too,
wrong. That's
though.
my childhood interpretation. I was very wrong. He
Yeah.
was not. But
Right.
in the day, and I'll never forget, I was 11, 12, 13 years old, and we were going out to eat. Now, certain things, we had to eat kosher. So we were going out to eat, and there was only a couple places that were kosher where we lived. And there was this dude, a white man in a wheelchair. Back in the day, they didn't have those sidewalks that you can roll up in.
Hi. We aren't
And he,
staying long. We just finished up a chat.
and he was in the what do you call it? He was in the street, and he couldn't get up on the sidewalk. And I never forget that because I was looking at this guy, and then my father pushed us up against the wall. He's like, "Stand right here," and it was raining. He said, "Stand right here, don't move." And he ran across the street, and he went and got the guy. He got the guy up on the sidewalk, and then found out where he was trying to go to and helped him out. And then he ran back and got us. And
Mm.
then we went to go eat. And while I'm holding his hand, I'm looking at him like, I wonder if my father realized that man was white that he helped. And so I was like, his name was Raheem. I was like, Raheem. He changed it to Raheem. Okay, let's be real. I said, Raheem, why did you help that guy? And he looked at me like I had 85 heads. He's like, what do you mean you need help? I said, but he's white. You don't like white people. And you can see his eyes tearing up because I think he's like, is this the impression I gave my child?
Unfortunately.
And so he was like, baby girl, my love. He on his knees. Why would you think that? And then so we had to talk. I told him why. And things changed. I love my parents. They were just so good at parenting.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
then
everybody unfortunately don't have that, and it's like it's sad that they don't. And I didn't even have that. I like I said, my parents didn't mention race, which I think was good, but then not at all either, because then nothing was explained at all either
yeah.
on that front. You
But
know.
I
So
also had to, I mean, they had to be careful and they had to tell me and my brother. Now, my brother, he could pass for white. So it wasn't nobody worrying about him in school. They didn't even know he was my brother. But
right.
ain't nothing about me passing for nothing but what I'm going to say what my first name is. That don't even count. My first name is Hope. Ain't nothing about me passing for nothing but black unless you're looking at my eyes. So
Right.
in school, they
Skin
were,
tone, everybody's just like, it's America, so you know how that works.
mhm. But
You know America.
we're in school, and we're amongst diverse. It was I love them. I really thank them every day for my education. But so they had to say something to us because they didn't want us to go out the gate and say something wrong. You
Well,
don't want to assault nobody's
I
culture.
mean, so
You don't
many
want to show
parents
up in
don't do
class with
that.
a feather in your head thinking that you
Like,
look cute.
look,
You just
people
look
still doing
like
that.
the
Like,
Cherokees in your class.
people still doing that today. So
But
lots
you
of
know what
parents
I'm
aren't.
saying? That's
They
why
don't.
they did it. I
They
think
don't
if
care
we,
that they're teaching them what in school, and they don't teach them anything, and people still doing that today.
right, but we like so if you
So
think
you're
about it,
blessed
I
for
grew up
that.
in a neighborhood that was 90% black. But that wasn't because of choice. That was because we were black. My mom and my dad had money, but they couldn't buy a house where they wanted to. How dare they think they could
Obviously,
do
you
that?
can't do
So we
that.
lived where other black people were.
All right,
But when we went to school, it was the other way around. It
all
was
right.
only three black kids in that whole school. I was one. My brother, who don't count, was another, and this one boy named Eric Gordon. Because I can't forget his name because it was the three of us, the
Yeah, you ain't
lead
gonna
and
forget
Eric
when it's
Gordon.
only a few.
And then
Only a
everybody
few.
else was everything else though. Because we had kids, there were kids who came from the Philippines and kids who came from Seoul, Korea, who when they got to our school didn't even speak English.
Yeah, that was
When I
definitely a
tell
thing
you
at
I
the
went to a good school, I went to a good school.
time.
And
All right.
so,
Well, I think we're gonna end for tonight because we at 11:45.
girl, I love the discussion because I just want the hate to stop.
It'd be nice, but not
The
in our
hate,
lifetime.
not the like you don't know something, you don't know something.
Yeah,
Not the disagreeing and all that stuff. You ain't got to agree with people, but the hate part is not necessary.
I know.
The hate is not necessary.
Humans,
We
humans
are
have to find
different
something to
from
hate
each
about.
other, not
Mm.
better. There is
If
no
we were
better
all the
race.
same skin tone, and one day we probably all will be,
I don't think that's possible.
even when
I think
we
we'll die as a species before that happens.
maybe we'll see. But
My mom's wish is that we were
I
all
mean,
blend
even if
and be the
we
same color.
were all the same skin tone, it wouldn't matter as far as humans hating each other
It wouldn't
because
because they would
they
find
will
another
find something to
reason.
disagree about. Either way, they will. It always
All
will
those
happen.
people over there with the size 12 feet, hmm
Yeah,
they would
they
find a
would
reason. Humans are dumb.
find a way, but that's the way humans are. But anyway, this is why I get to murder them in books. But
Oh my God, I'm
besides
not
that,
talking to you.
I write horror, ha ha ha. So you piss me off, I might kill you in my book. But it's
Mm-mm.
okay if I kill you in my book. It's
I
legal.
just can't.
Uh, all right, everyone. Thank you for joining us and the people that hung with us the whole
And I
night.
gotta go anyway because if I
You
don't get some
did.
more tea in me, I won't be able to talk
You had
tomorrow.
a call. Somebody called you. So
That was Sean. She's up there now.
okay, cool. Okay, okay. So we
Wait
are
a minute,
going.
are you doing this tomorrow or no? Because you're finished or what's going
I'm
on?
finished, but like I said, I am going to stream tomorrow at the same time. Probably not as long. I'm not going to do 3 hours. I'm
Yeah,
probably
we're
going to,
not gonna be talking.
yeah, but I'm only going to do probably like an hour and a half or something like that. Not as long because it's just going to be editing. I'm not going
Well,
to.
I just want to be clear though, because y'all see I'm fading. I may not be able to talk at all by tomorrow.
Yeah, probably not. She probably won't be.
I
But yeah.
love you guys so much.
So good night. Thanks, Fiction Fiction.
See
Everybody
you
else who
guys
hung.
later on. Thanks for listening
Charlie.
to my rambling and my ranting.
No, we just chatting. All right. So thanks again, and I will see you next time. Stay scared.